Okay. Here we are. Here we are. Where's the...
hate it in a way.
There we go. Oh shit, it's going. Wasn't supposed to be. No, YouTube's still
It's
being
not.
awful.
I reject your question because you're asking me if I'm not saying. It changes your public existence when he says something like that.
Do you think,
and it just doesn't have that
Steven
effect.
Is
So
stupid?
no,
Oh
I think Steven.
So
No, I'm not calling anybody stupid or smart. I'm only
argue
responding to
him,
people calling Lav stupid.
But when you argue against him and you haven't convinced him, do you think that that's his fault, or do you think it's your fault?
Anyway, I
don't think it's anybody's fault. I'm saying that I think Steven.
That's a really bad question. If you don't convince somebody of something, it could be your fault, their fault, or nobody's fault. Even if it's the same person at different times. It's just a really dumb way to ask a question. You could try to convince somebody of something, and then you can't because they're just being like super non-responsive. You could be making a bad argument, and they are responsive. There's like a ton of different reasons why. Try to make this full screen. YouTube has been like super dog shit lately, though. And like,
I think Steven does not acknowledge.
Creator is like his fault.
Not a lot of the public. A lot of the public controversy around. A lot of the public controversy around Steven is people telling him that he's not responsible. I think this is a pretty obvious through line of people saying you shouldn't say this, you shouldn't talk to this person, you shouldn't talk this way, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that, and him saying I don't fucking care, fuck you, go. I'm not here to be responsible.
A lot of people, or can this just be your criticism?
It's not.
Yeah, mrgirl is showing his teeth this time. This is the most aggressive he's been towards Destiny so far.
I reject your question because you're asking me if I'm not saying things because I need them to be true. This is actually what I think. I can give examples, but I feel like it feels like a fake question. So let's just assume that if you don't think that a lot of people have told Steven he's irresponsible, then that's fine. If you don't think that, then I'm just a crazy person. I think that part of Steven's appeal is that he is not responsible. I think people like that about him. People like that he will have chicken and waffles with Fuentes, and then I play the opposite character saying, oh, like shaking my finger, you shouldn't be doing this. I think people like that he will defend saying the N-word. I think people will like that he'll make the comments about the dipshit protesters. People like watching him fly off the handle, watching him do things that other creators would call irresponsible. And he usually has a defense for it and an explanation that is consistent with his views on this. However, I think that I'm asking him to be more responsible now with this topic. I think that he is irresponsible when he talks to you like you're equals and attacks you as you would an equal when you're not.
So why? In what way aren't they equals? That's where I'm. Talk to me like I'm stupid. I don't get it. Are they either both? That's what I'm saying. Are they not the same? Are they the same?
No. So it's in the eyes of like the audience who sees Steven as someone who is like the person that they watch on stream every day, and we are like orbiters. So, like,
but I don't have that much sway necessarily over their opinions about you.
No,
guys.
not you're not wholly responsible.
No. Like if that was the case, Lav, my community was shitting you relentlessly when I was unbelievably charitable to you for a long time.
I don't think.
And I think this gets to the heart of what Cherry was asking, and that like it seems like if I have a negative reaction to you, everything negative on the sub all of a sudden becomes my responsibility when it couldn't have been anything that you could have possibly said.
Okay, no, your sub's current policy is to ban fans of mine.
Yeah, so but it's an extra insane shit that just happened.
Okay, that's fine, but I'm just saying it's a because I ratcheted up tension, it has.
No, it's because specifically because you declared a war on the subreddit and people started going crazy and supposing. But I don't know if I've ever banned the fans of anybody else on my subreddit before. Like this just particular scenario got like really weird.
That's fine, but to me it just seems like a logical extension of what was already happening. I'm glad it's now out in the open. It's felt to me for a long time of you you get to reframe in the argument. You get to talk whenever you want. Like there's an assumption on a stream with you that when Stephen has something to say, everybody else should shut up because it's your stream, and we're guests in your house. Then after you,
I mean, it's kind of like that even if he's on somebody else's stream though too. If you ever watch a panel where Destiny's on it, he's basically allowed to just take the reins and go. I get it. I understand why that's not like moderated out. If Destiny's there, the panel host probably feels like it's really good that Destiny's there. It's really good for the stream, so they want to have him back and all that. So they're probably going to be pretty incentivized to do that. But just the point that Mr. Girl is making is, how do I put this? It's not really encompassing the fullness of the argument that he could be making.
After we leave, you get to talk to everybody for as long as you want about the conversation, and we don't really get to do that. We can go on a stream, and yeah, like Lav can co-host my hotline show, and we can talk about it. But your fans don't see that. The majority, 99% of people are not going to see that. They see what you say. So you get the.
So am I not allowed to have conversations with? Do I just have to basically treat my platform as like a public property to all of you guys, and then like I'm guaranteed you have the right to post whatever you want on my subreddit. You have the right to me not talking about anything afterwards.
No.
Okay. Then
that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, that's what it sounds like.
No. I just think you really don't like the idea of. I think you feel like you're being guilt tripped or something when, if I say that I think you're like being irresponsible with our reputations.
Can I ask
framed.
I'm so sorry.
Wait. He just asked me what I want, so I want to answer this one question. No, I'm not saying that. I
don't think he's actually being guilt tripped because he doesn't seem like he feels guilty.
Acknowledge the power differential and keep it in mind when you're talking to us and when you're
talking to you. Who do you mean us?
Also, all of us. When you're talking to someone who has less power. Here's what I want. Okay, I want.
Yeah. Okay. So he's already saying, as I say, why can't he say what he wants for them too?
Here's what I want.
They don't have to want it.
Max Carson, aka Mr. Girl. I want when Stephen is talking to someone who has less power than him, which is most of his conversations, when he's talking to an orbiter, and that includes all of you.
No, absolutely not.
I have his op.gg.
Shut up.
When Stephen is talking to someone who has less power than him, even if that person does not want this, even if a 13-year-old wants to have sex with their teacher, I still think that the power differential should be acknowledged. And I think that, Stephen, what I
really like people are saying no after that.
To think about and acknowledge the power differential when
no, that's
you're
not
in these conversations.
True. That's not what you're asking.
And when you're discussing the conversation.
That's not what you're asking. Don't lie. I know there's a power differential to some extent, of course. You're not asking me to acknowledge it. You're asking me to change a behavior. Get to what you're actually asking for. Because if I just say, okay, I do acknowledge it, and then nothing's going to change, you wouldn't be happy. So you're not asking for to acknowledge, like, are you a bigger streamer than the people you talk to? Of course I am. Obviously, I know that.
Well, I said I want you to acknowledge it in your assessment. So the behavior that would change just now is when you're saying, oh, I called you a dumb bitch, but you called Cherry a dumb bitch. That doesn't make any sense if you acknowledge the power.
No, hold on.
If you kept this, if you kept that in mind, you would not compare these two things at all.
So no, hold on, real quick. Now we're getting to what you're saying. So you're trying to say that because the power differential exists, and then you move on to the prescriptions. You say people on your platform get to act dramatically different than what you're allowed. Yes. How are you saying no? You're saying that Lav is allowed to call somebody.
I'm saying you're chipping away. I'll tell you the prescriptions. I love telling you what to do. If you want me.
That actually isn't what Mr. Girl is saying. He's saying that it's not that they can do whatever they want. It's just that he shouldn't act like it's the same thing that's happening when he does something and someone else does the same thing.
Let me tell you what to do. I can tell you. When you are talking about someone calling someone a bitch on your stream, don't compare that person to you. Don't defend your behavior by comparing it to an orbiter's behavior. It's like totally unacceptable to me. You shouldn't do that.
Okay, and that's good. And I totally disagree with you. I don't think that just because somebody comes on here, they're a smaller streamer, they can get away with anything they want because they're a smaller streamer. I totally disagree with that. So if somebody's going to be on here, they're going to call somebody a bitch a million times, I'm going to call them a bitch. And just because we have a power differential doesn't mean that I'm going to say, I'm going to reconsider.
Those are opposites. Those are opposite points. I'm not saying Lav should be able to call people a bitch. I'm saying you can't. And the reason you can't is not the same reason that Lav can't. So that may be true that maybe both of you shouldn't.
Okay, I disagree, but I understand what you're saying. I totally disagree, but okay.
Okay, but if Lav, but the argument you're making is you're saying Lav can't, but you can because she did.
No, Lav can. If she wants to call people a bitch, she can do it all day. I'm okay with rolling around in the mud. But if you're going to roll in the mud, I'm going to roll around with you. That's it. But you're saying I can't because I'm too big for the pig pen.
Yes.
Exactly. And I disagree. If somebody else wants to do it, I'm actually fine. We can get like a little bit more rowdy if you want to do that. That's fine. But somebody doesn't have permission to get rowdy, and I can't because I'm a bigger streamer.
Yeah, so like on Twitch before he got banned, what people would suggest is that if you don't feel like you can handle a platform debating Destiny, you should start on the smaller panels. You should go on prime.
It's not about debating. It's not that he's debating people. It's that he's denigrating people.
Yeah,
no,
it's not.
It's
like the
denigrating.
personal. Yes, it is. It's like the personal stuff. It's like the calling me dumb. It's the allowing people to post stuff about my personal relationships in his subreddit. Like,
wait, hold on. Allowing people to post.
He does not control the little people on the internet.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Hold on. Wait. I do control my subreddit though. Hold on. If people are posting,
I agree with Mr. Girl only in theory. But I don't think that I would actually prescribe it. To tell Destiny that, like, these are, like, rigid rules, like, if he were to actually, like, follow that, it would actually kill his content. He would be boring and not worth watching at all, I think. So, I agree, like, how should I put this? I think saying I agree in theory doesn't really capture what I'm trying to say. I'm sympathetic to what Mr. Girl is saying, but I don't think that I would make the same prescription. There we go.
Posting weird doxy information or some shit on your subreddit, I think if I saw those posts, I would ban those posts. Are these popping up a lot?
Preventing them from being posted, that's not something you can do.
No, I can't. Obviously, I can't do that. But if I see it, I would ban it. But
yeah, I mean, well, there's that video that I just told you about that has like a bunch of upvotes from the last 24 hours. That's
like,
a
public stream. You did talking on your shit. How is that doxing or anything inappropriate?
No, but what does that have to do with anything? It's inappropriate because it's being used to paint me as like a mentally ill abuser. And after the stream where you said that I was a Darvo elicitor and I'm manipulative, and then they're posting shit like that, you've got to
what I'm saying is actually not fair.
Stage for something like that,
no,
Steven.
you.
That is not debate criticism. That's not debate criticism about my views or my opinions on sex work or anything. That is like extremely personal denigration that is meant to discredit my character as a person.
Okay, you can't say. Wait, hold on, wait, stop, real quick. Okay, hold on. If you're doing a public stream, will you talk about your need to? What was it about? Like manipulating men or whatever?
No. It's a public stream, but it's reframed to make me look like an abuser. It's not.
I mean, you're the one. You've literally gone onto a stream after all of these. Like, when was the stream?
I get what you're saying, but earning money isn't always a great excuse. I'm not saying it because it's earning money. I'm saying that... No. I'm not saying... When I say that his stream wouldn't be worth watching anymore, I'm saying that... So, I understand to Destiny, a lot of this is just like, it's just his job or whatever. But I still think that there is a freedom of... Like, I don't think that Destiny would call what he does, like, his art. But I would still say that this is, like, an expression of his. And how he runs his stream is still an expression of his that I would defend his right to. The fact that people are making money by streaming with him and that he makes money certainly makes it more complicated. And it does add in certain things. But I don't think that, like, if he were to say, like, I don't want to do that because I'd make less money, if that's how he felt about it, then I'd probably be like, well, yeah, fuck you. I don't really care that much. But if it's because he's saying, I don't want to tailor, like this is like my show, this is my content, and I really just want to be able to run it how I want to run it because this is my project. And it's on that basis that I have to say, like, I don't think that other people policing it to where it makes it not something that you want to do, that would just basically mean, so then I just don't stream anymore because I don't want to do it this way. And I don't think that I would recommend having to go down that path.
And when did you do this? Was this...
What?
When were those comments made by you?
Like a month, like
like 2 weeks ago.
No.
There we
it was
go.
like 2 weeks
It's his
ago.
creative
No,
project.
wait, what are you talking about, Cherry?
That
What?
stream in your
That stream
pajamas.
in my pajamas was a month
Yeah.
ago,
with me.
and it was me
might have been
talking.
2 weeks
And
ago.
it was me talking about how I
With me.
struggled.
That's like a big thing for me. Is I
to
need
think
to
that a
make
man was like gonna save me from myself, and then they
then
reframe
obsess
that
with
as
me.
like
And have that power
oh,
over them.
she's getting all the simps, like she's getting like they completely
Wait.
framed it in a way that it
I
like.
mean, like,
works
I don't understand how you can make statements like this on your stream and then get surprised when people like reframe it. Like, you're making pretty extreme statements
I'm not,
here.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not surprised that they're making them. I'm surprised that you're not protecting your orbiters from people
Hey,
doing
stop.
that or telling
Wait,
them
pause.
that's not
Let's-
okay.
Wait,
let's-
pause.
I don't think he can.
Wait, why would Destiny or Steven need to protect grown adults from their own fucking choices?
Like, part of the problem is too is that I genuinely think if Destiny tried to, he would just make it worse.
Because he
No,
has
it's
more
not.
power.
No, it's not from my
It's-
own
there's a
choice.
power
no,
difference.
wait, listen, stop with the
I
power
just have one
differential.
question for Mr. Girl. Would you want Destiny to have the same standard of civility for Nick Fuentes as you want for Lav?
Nick Fuentes is not Destiny's orbiter. So no, there's not a sense of. I don't think Steven has a responsibility to every single person who comes on his stream, and I think that the public perception of Fuentes has a lot more control over that. So I think it makes sense to be able to go a little bit harder on him. But at a certain point, yeah, I do. I don't think, like, even right now, the way Steven is talking to Lav, I don't think he should do to anybody. Like, like giving a long, like, it just wouldn't fly. The opposite wouldn't fly. You would never let Lav give a 3-minute speech about how you're either stupid or young.
I literally, dude, she goes off so much, and I let her talk so much. Am I going f***ing crazy? You are gaslighting me now. I just let her do a whole thing where I tried to come in 3 times and I let her finish. You are so wrong. I can't even believe you would say that. Like, people on the stream are literally, I'm pretty sure Dan is laughing in the background when she goes on, and I'm like, okay, I'll let her finish, And now he's saying, you would never let Lav go off like that. What?
I don't think you would let her give a speech about how you're stupid.
I don't know. It would depend on the context, but she's given plenty of speeches like where she's dramatically disagreeing with things that I'm saying or making implications about me and Cherry or whatever. Like,
but I don't think she would give a speech. I don't think you would let her get. I think you would go stop.
I don't think I've ever gone off or.
Yeah, it's it being his creative project isn't a pass for doing anything, but I really don't think you're saying that. No, I'm not. I also think you're saying you don't have a problem with him calling a smaller streamer a bitch or whatever. Yeah, like there's a certain amount of like, I guess a good example is if I can't joke around with somebody and like make fun of them, like I guess the way I say it in real life is that I gently bully my friends. And if I was around somebody who I couldn't like joke around with at all, I don't want to hang out with them. And I don't care what kind of associations I have with them. Like, I'm just going to avoid them. And if they're like, hey, it seems like you're avoiding me, I would be like, yeah, seems like I can't like fuck around with you. And it's because I can't, like, I'm just not super comfortable. I tend to like say what pops into my head. It's chill or whatever. Like, we don't have to hang out. But because of that, like, I'm just not comfortable doing it. And if they were to try to tell me that, like, well, that's fucked up or whatever, I'd be like, well, that's fine that you think it's fucked up, but I'm just not going to. And I think that's kind of how I view Destiny with streaming. If somebody wants to, like, be on his stream and stuff, like, that's fine. If you don't want to do that, then, like, you just can't come on my show then. But however, that doesn't mean like you can be like outright like abusive to somebody. Like, you can't fuck with them, can't I like, we could get into the nuance of what abuse is, but I think we're on the same page, you and I, Elk.
For 3 minutes about how she's stupid.
I'll say that with a lot of this, the stuff between Destiny and Mr. Girl, I think that I agree with Mr. Girl on like a lot of things. Like, I legitimately just like think like, yeah, I think that you are correct in your assessment. However, when it comes to the prescription, I think more often than not, I side with Destiny. But it depends on the thing specifically.
You just did. She said I said.
So here's the thing. I do think that Mr. Girl calling Lav a bitch does have a big negative effect due to DGG. Sure. It's kind of like permission for the rest of DGG to call her a bitch. And it stokes those flames a bit. Which is pretty bad. However, at the same time, oh, you shit, hang on a minute. Make sure that I switch this. There we go. At the same time, I think that after you understand that, I do think that if you can't deal with that, like, you have a responsibility to yourself as well to remove yourself from it, and it does suck that you'll lose out on, like, a lot of the clout and stuff, but, like, the problem is that, so here's the premise, which is true in my opinion. People want to get on Destiny's show because it'll help you grow. So people are willing to put up with more shit than they would normally be willing to put up with. Like his fans getting like really rowdy and shitty and doing things that might constitute abuse. And because the allure of making more money, getting your face out there, getting some clout and or like internet fame and all that, it's a pretty strong draw. So it can be pretty difficult to turn it down. So you might say it's a bit coercive. While that is true, if Destiny didn't do those things, if he wasn't that kind of person, the kinds of like the potential money and clout you could get from being on his platform would also diminish. So even if you're of the mind of Mr. Girl, the thing that people are willing to put up with that abuse for, if it goes away, the benefits also go away with it. Because people tune into Destiny to see Destiny doing Destiny's thing. And if Destiny's doing things a different person's way, then it's just like he's gonna lose an audience. Well, a lot of people in the audience, yeah.
Said, I think that Steven discredits you on stream. And then you said, well, hold on, let me explain. I'm only discrediting you because you say things that are completely irrational all the time. And the hyper-irrational things you say can only be explained by either you're immature and you're making, and we're going to give you that
This
excuse,
is a childlike understanding.
This
is a childlike understanding of what I'm saying.
You're not even going to let me finish, or you're a moron. Wait, stop. Let me finish. If Lav started a speech with, you're hyper-irrational, let me explain, you would not let her finish.
It would depend on the context, but yeah, I mean, I don't know how she could get away with saying that. If you want, I could flip it and I could treat her like you need to have life fucking figured out and your shit needs to be consistent. Because right now, if we were to go through every statement Lav has made about sex work, she would get eviscerated. She's made so many contradictory statements, it would be impossible to keep track of the contradictions. You could make a whole Google Doc on all this, but my explanation for that is not that I think that Lav is some bad faith, horribly fucking moronic actor. Right. I just think she's young and figuring shit out. You call that discrediting. I call that explaining why there are so many contradictions in her political positions. If you want to claim that, then that's fine, but you're just wrong. And the alternative treatment that you're asking for would be way more fucking harsh. If I were to come down on her as though you should have all this shit figured out, if you don't, I'm going to crucify you on every contradiction?
I don't think you should make speeches about whether your orbiters are retarded or young.
It's not about being okay. Then you're so wrong. Hold on, no, hold on. You're so wrong. You're just so wrong because that is the only possible explanation that I can give for all of the inconsistency in Lav's explanations. Should I just not say anything about that and let everybody assume that she actually is is totally politically incoherent?
Okay.
There's so many other things you could say.
Name one thing. Name one other thing.
Okay, to explain what?
How her political positions can be so off the wall and inconsistent.
Off the wall. What have I had that is extremely off the wall?
Didn't you very publicly switch from being conservative to being more progressive?
Yeah, it's happened over the course of like 10 years, but yes.
Okay, so you can identify with that. So if you want to like to discuss this, but in a way that your audience is going to be able to empathize with and understand and say, look, you guys are really holding Lav's feet to the fire, but let's not forget, I made an even bigger switch.
I literally said exactly this. What are you talking about?
Okay. So
But,
no, hold on. Wait, we're talking about you, Lav.
Wait.
No,
but then leave out. But then leave out.
I just want to say something really quick.
Okay.
I do obviously.
I
so
thought
I'm somewhere
that Destiny was public about the Switch, but I don't think. Maybe he was, or like maybe he was just like in the StarCraft thing at that time. I'm not really sure. I've never seen any clips or anything of Destiny holding conservative positions ever. Maybe I just missed it. I don't know.
more in between
I'm not
Steven
sure.
and Max fence sitting. Lol. I don't listen. This is what I think. I think that I've put myself here with my own actions to some extent. I think that I would appreciate if you could protect me a little more from people making like personal jabs at me or denigrating me in a way that is not critiquing me. I would like you to maybe like make it on your subreddit like a reason that people don't like me other than like I love women so much, I love women. Like actual critique would be really helpful other than just like virtue signaling to each other that I'm like the most hated person alive. I think that would be really cool. But ultimately I think when I enter your space, I'm playing by your rules in your house, and I respect that, and I don't expect you to overextend yourself to me in any way, because I knew what it was when I entered the house. Obviously Max disagrees with that because he thinks that you have like more responsibility than I think that you have. I think that I can both be, I don't think that the reasons why I've wavered are because I'm dumb, or even because I'm young, but more that I'm just like maybe more adaptable and it rubs people the wrong way. I don't know. It could possibly, that could not be the reality also. I could just be retarded. I'm not particularly attached to the fact of me being the smartest person alive. I'm just happy to be here, happy to have tough conversations, happy to have hard conversations.
Lav, real quick, can you
Why are we
give some
sidetracking even
actionable...
more? Really?
Actionable...
Max made some really huge statements, and now we're gonna go off on a random other tangent?
Right.
No,
Okay,
no,
so to be clear, no, I'm not blaming you, Lav. I'm blaming Dan, okay? So, Max, when people talk about me having made changes politically, when I talk about myself making changes politically, I say literally, I say literally the exact same shit that I say about Lav. Destiny used to be super progressive, right? What happened? I grew the f up. I gathered more life experiences, and I realized, hey, there's a lot of things that I cared about being a conservative, but now I kind of realized being a little bit older and having some more experiences that like, yeah, actually, I was super wrong on these things. And now that I have the life experience, I totally changed my mind on it. I think a thing that I've said a million times to my audience is like, man, you know, one of the worst fucking things about me being young is I bet even if I time traveled and spoke to myself in the past, I wouldn't even be able to convince myself of how wrong or dumb I was about some ideas. I think I've literally even said in this stream that if I started streaming when I was 18 or 19, I thought I was a anime main character villain. So yeah, I've actually denigrated myself personally multiple times related to my age. To say that I'm doing something unique to Lav is absolutely not true.
Okay, wait, you asked me what I thought you could say. And here my answer is, since you have changed your mind about things, I think that you can frame it in a way that is not you calling her retarded. Now,
that's what I've done.
Even if you've denigrated yourself as immature and said you grew the fuck up, you have definitely every right to.
I do this all the time with Lav. Have you ever listened to me talk about her ever? Whenever you could go on this stream multiple times and be like, why do you even talk? I think even Abba even said it earlier. Why do you talk to her? What's the point of talking to her? No, hold on. I just want to literally. Okay, you're not saying I don't do this. Then what do you?
I'm not saying that you don't say nice things about her.
No, not nice things. I specifically say this is why I think she is where she is, and I think she's growing.
I'm not saying that you haven't said this. I'm saying that I think this should be the only thing that you say about Lav's inconsistency, rather than saying.
Yeah, I think Mr. Girl's heart is in the right place, but I think he's asking for too much right now. Particularly because of everything that's going on with the subreddit war. I feel like Destiny's super hot right now, obviously, but I think that with everything else that's going on too, Mr. Girl's fighting too many fights with him, and I can't imagine it not feeling like Mr. Girl's trying to suffocate him, to be honest. I think that Mr. Girl is asking him to do this stuff for the right reasons, though. I think that he's pretty freaked out because it's happening to somebody that he cares about, and it's right in his face, and he can like clearly map it out in front of him. That bothers him a lot, but I think that I don't think that there could have been like any real solution to this for them because of that. I think that he's just pushing Destiny from too many angles. Looking at it now, like, but that doesn't mean he's wrong about any of those points either. I think they're all, but I don't think that Destiny's really wrong here either. I think that's what makes it suck a little bit more too. I can't point to any one person saying like this person's being a bad guy right now.
Saying that maybe she's a moron.
I don't think I've ever said she's a moron. No, I explicitly say I don't think she's dumb. I don't think she's stupid. In fact, I think I even
said there's only two
Yes, there are only two explanations. She's either young and figuring out, or like you're saying, she's actually retarded. Those are the only two options.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you have another option where you don't have to define her.
No, I have to. What do you mean? We're having conversations honestly about our positions, and a lot of them are incredibly incoherent.
But I do still think Destiny does fucked up stuff. Still not totally convinced that Destiny's low-key abuse of his orbiters being a prerequisite to the financial growth of Destiny and his orbiters in itself justifies his behavior. Do you think... Wait. So part of the... I think maybe you do think that... the test would be, do you think that his audience really enjoys watching him talk to, like having regulars that he talks to, and when things get heated, that he kind of flies off the handle and like says some fuck shit to them? Like, if you think that that's part of the appeal that he has to his audience, then like, I feel like you're agreeing that it does like it's part of his brand. It's part of the reason why he's successful. Maybe you disagree, but like I feel like you would probably agree. Yeah, and if he stifled it, especially, and here's the other part of it too, especially if he restricted his behavior at the behest of someone else, I think his audience would like him and respect him a lot less. I think part of the thing that they like about him too is that like he doesn't take any shit. I think that's a big appeal of Destiny's. I foundationally disagree with the Destiny's or boss perspective, but I think if you grant the premise, Mr. Girl's correct in a lot of his argument. I think the premise is deeply flawed though. Being financially successful doesn't make it right. Yeah. So I agree with, oh, sorry, I put my hand right in the camera. I agree with Portland 100%, which is why I'm super sympathetic to what Mr. Girl's saying. But I just can't find myself to agree. Like, Destiny's kind of like their boss, in the sense that Mr. Girl's saying. I think it's kind of like that. Technically not. And I think that Destiny's bad if he believes that. And if he doesn't believe it, then, but if, I think he thinks it kind of is like that, but I think that he thinks that it's, what's the word? Like the way in which it's different that it matters. Yeah. And I'm not making an argument about financial success here. I'm saying that the reason why people put up with it is because they'll get financial gain. And if people weren't willing to, sorry, let me start over. The reason why people are willing to put up with some of the things that Destiny says and does to them is because it is financially beneficial for them. But the reason why it's financially beneficial for them is because Destiny is the way that he is. And to make all the changes that's being asked of him, I think that it would substantially change how big his audience is and the kind of pull that Destiny has, which would substantially change the benefits of going onto his stream. It's kind of like if you're playing a video game and you can pick up a buff, but it comes with a debuff. Taking the abuse is worth it financially. Yeah. I think a lot of people make that assessment. If you're playing a video game And it's like you can open up this chest and it'll have a small reward, or you can pick up this bigger chest. It has a really good reward, but at the same time, you also have like a curse debuff that'll last for like the next 30 minutes. You kind of have to weigh that. And you certainly can take something from a smaller chest with no debuff, but the reason why you're getting the bigger reward is because of that. Now, I don't think that the reason, people want to stream with Destiny is because they all necessarily understand that. But I guess part of it too is that I don't agree with everything that I've seen framed as abusive is abusive. I think some of it is just kind of like being a dick. But I guess part of the reason why I think that too is that I never once went on to Destiny's subreddit during the time that all of this was going on. It's quite possible that if I had seen some of the stuff that was going on then, and it was like, I might be like, oh my god, it's actually fucking insane that hey, thank you, I appreciate it. Is it an L or an I? Pavansel? I think that it's entirely possible that if I had went onto the subreddit at that time, I might have seen it and be like, okay, everything that I just got done saying is completely wrong. It's actually insane that Destiny didn't go harder with moderation with this because it's totally unacceptable. Nobody would ever accept this. But I didn't see any of that. So I'm not really sure. But if it's like the stuff that Lava's complaining about, I don't think you can stream, do a stream and then say, hey, you can't let people use the stream to make arguments that make me look bad. I don't really think you can stop that. If the primary reason why they're doing it is because of something that you did. It's tough. It's all tough. And I think that each individual thing I would have to look at individually. Like each claim of abuse, I'd have to look at individually and go over it like piece by piece. Because some things I do agree with Mr. Girl about during like this, like in the midst of like this kind of an argument. But I think more often than not, I'm kind of on Destiny's side, even if I think that Destiny knows what he's doing and he's kind of letting this all go to his advantage. But it doesn't mean that I condone it. That's the other part too. I think that it's like I wouldn't suggest anybody do it, but I wouldn't want to take away somebody's ability to do it either. That's fair. I just want to clarify what you're saying. Yeah, I appreciate that you did it. Help me kind of like work through that in my head. I'm all out of water. I'm just gonna hit play and I'm gonna grab water to be back in like 10 seconds.
Aaron, I need to explain the incoherency.
The only reason we're having a conversation on stream about her positions is because she came in to talk to you about something she said about you.
That doesn't relate to anything that we're talking about whatsoever. I don't understand how that...
Okay, the conversation started because she came on my stream and said stuff about you and your relationship with me, which you guys argued about yesterday and then continued to argue about today. And somehow, along the way, that turns into a trial about whether Lav has credibility and whether she's inconsistent, whether she's a snake, whether she can think before she talks, and you said either whether she's
clearest example of abuse to me is Anna. Thank you, Cat Dog Bark. Yes, please do like the stream. I appreciate it.
Mature or she's a moron. These ideas all came from different people in different places, but the system discredited her. She said something about you, and then somehow there's no discussion of whether the thing she said about you is true or fair, or why she said it really has been able to take place without her being also discredited. So I don't think there's really a reason why you need to be making pronouncements.
I just remembered something. A lot of what I said gets hampered by the fact that if it's like in Mr. Girl's case, you got banned from the subreddit if you said anything in favor of Mr. Girl, but you could shit on him all you wanted. This is really wild to me. If you were gonna like any of the arguments that I just made, but like what I think is okay or not okay, if it's sort of like a cross, that feels like encouraging. That feels like encouraging people to do it to me. And if Destiny did anything to like encourage people to, like by way of like policy of the subreddit, where it was like incentivized, like if you can talk shit about Lav all you want and nobody's allowed to like defend her when you say that, then it would be really that would be really bad. That would seem like it's sending a clear message to me.
About whether Lav is stupid or not.
It's about explaining why I have the conversations I do with her when it seems like a lot of her political positions are relatively incoherent. I have to be able to provide an explanation for that incoherency, because there's going to be a clear difference in the metal of conversations, the types of conversations I have with her versus other more politically thought out figures. And the way that I explain that is the way I've said multiple times. And I think I've literally snapped at people on my stream before who's called Lav stupid. I've literally explicitly said, Lav is not dumb. I've talked to plenty. You can go talk to the Miami girls if you want to see what a dumb fucking girl looks like. I wouldn't waste my time talking to her if she was stupid. I've explicitly pushed back against that over and over and over again. So for you to say that I'm like treating her like a retard or whatever, I don't think that's true.
This is the second to last conversation. Yeah. And it's a doozy. It's a long one.
Or if you say I'm saying she can only be retarded or young, that is true. She's young and she's figuring shit out. I think that's a more than acceptable explanation for why she is the way that she is.
You push back against it sometimes, but Abba came in and said, you don't think. You didn't push back then. You just said, here, what
because that was based off of her own words. That was what Abba was criticizing her. She literally said, oh, I haven't thought about these positions all the way through. And Abba's position was, why are you bringing somebody on that's so undecided about their political positions? And then I explained it. So, well, she's thinking through them. She's like going through
I don't like this. Wait, let's see. Yes, Destiny has sort of an army to shit on people when he does. Yeah. So when he talks shit about someone, it does more than just his words. I agree. Hey, just woke up. I was waiting for your last Mr. Girl video. I watched the last one, 3:40 a.m. Is there kick chat awareness? A little. I don't know how to get it to do the thing that, I think... Oh, I see. You just copied and pasted it. So, like, on the other platforms, it'll, like, message me from that platform. I reject the suggestion needs to do anything to make a subreddit more hospitable to anyone, regardless of the size of the creator, the things being said, etc., not his problem. Well, you don't really think that. Like, you wouldn't say that if his subreddit was, like, organizing people to, like, go and, like, hate raid their Discord and shit, or, like, harass them off subreddit, you wouldn't do that. Can always help friends with all the computer pains. Yeah, that seemed like hopefully that was like a one-time thing that usually doesn't happen. It happened last night. Wait, let's see. Shit, I lost my train of thought. Let me rewind a minute.
You just said here, what?
Because that was based off of her own words.
Oh, I remember now. What Destiny's suggesting here, or what Mr. Girl's suggesting here, seems weird. It sounds like he's saying that Destiny has a responsibility to defend people, defend orbiters from other creators. And I think that just has to be at Destiny's discretion. And if you don't like when he chooses to or not to defend you, like, then that's sort of you like getting a judge of his character. Like, you can't force somebody to be like amicable in the ways that you want them to be in certain situations. That feels just too much to ask of anybody. Coordinating organized targeted harassment is bad, but I don't think that's what we're talking about, right? You said anything in all caps. I was responding to you saying anything in all caps. I'm not just yeah, I'm not trying to take you out of context. I'm saying like you don't think that. If you're talking about like normal subreddit shit, sure, I agree. Nobody has to. Like, you know what? There's another video. I'll have to pull it. I had a conversation with Destiny about the subreddit. I'll go over that too, because I think that's where I got a lot of clarity about the subreddit shit. And the person who put me on the first couple of videos of like where to go through this at, like strongly, they really, really wanted me to play that video too. So that'll be a part of this video series. And you'll get a better idea of what I mean.
Criticizing her. She literally said, "Oh, I haven't thought about these."
You'll get a better idea of my criticisms about the subreddit stuff.
Positions all the way through. And Abba's position was, why are you bringing somebody on that's so undecided about their political position? And then I explained it. So, well, she's thinking through them. She's like going through a transitionary phase in her life, and she'll figure it out. That's what I trust that she's doing.
I understand, but he framed it harshly.
Yeah, of course. Of course he framed it harshly, because that's the type of character that she has. Yeah, of course he was. And I was explaining why I don't think she's stupid. I think she's just young. Or this is why she's stupid, because she's young. Rather than she's just like a dumb fuck.
On it. You didn't push back on Abba.
I don't know what if this is. I don't want to. I don't know how to explain this.
Yeah, that I think that's my least favorite thing that I've heard Mr. Girl say to Destiny in all these videos. It's just sort of like Bison, but you didn't push back on it. Like maybe he agreed with that, but like what? The subreddit is like a whole other thing. It's like a whole community of people, but like you don't have to defend anybody. And when you do, it's because like you feel like what they're doing is worth defending. That's the worst argument Mr. Girl has made in any of the videos that we've watched together.
Dude, just
that I've watched on
Dan called her a snake, and you didn't push back on
that. Was
a
I can't push back. I'm not here to defend her against every single claim that every single person makes in here. The broad one of why I speak with her is that I don't think she's stupid. I've snapped at people on my stream that's called her stupid, and I've never characterized her as being stupid ever. Never done that. Because I don't think she's stupid. I wouldn't say it. I wouldn't
Except when you called her a dumb bitch.
No, hold on. Me saying that you're a dumb bitch was not an indictment of her intelligence, because she fucking cut me off over and over and over again in the middle of a fucking statement. I was like, shut the fuck up, you dumb bitch. That was what I said. I don't think anybody heard that. I was like, oh my god, Steven really does think she's unintelligent. Now I know that she's grabbed onto this idea of like, oh my god, that was him truly saying that that I'm not intelligent, blah blah blah. Bullshit. I don't even think she feels that way, and I don't think anybody in my audience heard it that way. I think they heard me snapping at her in the middle because she was cutting me off over and over and over again. And if you listen to the 400 other times her intelligence is brought up on stream or in conversations, I've always snapped at people that have called her stupid. I've never characterized her as being dumb. Sorry, I'm done screaming. I think Brittany wanted to say something too. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to say something so I can leave and go to Walmart.
Okay, if Mr. Earl says something like in the next couple minutes, maybe he was only saying that for another reason, because if Mr. Girl said that you didn't defend against Abba just because Destiny said I do defend Lav when people say she's not smart, then that's fine. I think maybe I just forgot that part. But as long as he wasn't making that as like a broader argument.
Jesus Christ. I don't understand why Max and Lav need you to protect them or be their father or anything else. But Steven, I swear to God, if you think you're my boss, this is going to ruin my whole illusion of you being my bottom.
Okay, well, I am the boss of you, so that's okay.
Max, I don't understand why you and Lav are so eager to give over your power to some gamer boy on the internet.
Fuck you.
Like, as nice as he is and as beautiful as he is, I don't know why you're so eager to, like, tell, like, why. I don't understand. You're an adult. I'm an adult. Lav's an adult. Like, I don't care how many viewers Steven has. Either I can take it or I can't. Sure, it hurts my feelings sometimes when the Reddit goes off, but that's the internet. And then you get through it, you stick around for a few months, and people warm up to you, and they move on. Like, it's literally just the internet. Steven even warned me this would happen, that his Reddit's gonna hate me, then they're gonna be fine again. Okay. So, like, why do you think you need Steven's, like, to help, like, to be your parent?
I reject the premise of your question.
Fair.
That's fair. Oh,
Yeah,
she
I'm gonna
agrees.
ask a
She agreed.
What makes somebody an orbiter?
A significant power differential where your career depends on Steven's career, and your opportunity for growth and exposure depends on Steven allowing you to stay in his good graces.
Oh, wait, so I'm not an orbiter, to be clear, because I've had a career for 12 years on my own, right? So is that correct?
Yeah, it's different with you.
Okay, then I'm good. Thanks, guys, for the convo. Have a great day. Bye.
Bye.
Have a good one.
You're my favorite orbiter.
Thank you. Bye. I hate you.
Bye.
Hi. Okay, can I say something quickly? I kind of just been watching the sidelines. This isn't really my drama, but I kind of want to respond back to what Brittany said earlier.
Who's
Like,
saying this?
I
Who
feel
is
like
this?
Max and Lav are just trying to absolve their responsibility for their actions and how people perceive them by giving that responsibility to Steven, right? It feels.
I don't see. There's no Discord pop up. What's happening? Do you think you're enabling Jazzy to be subpar from the cope? For it, your mumble not clear. BS is boss. Oh, it's Pixie. Bless you, Coop. Thank you.
Kind of obvious that's what's going on, and I understand that you're talking about like how there's like power differentials and like that.
Why don't you talk to me directly? Let's do this.
Yeah,
Let's
that's
have this
kind of weird.
conversation. Why don't you talk to me directly and I'll respond directly?
She should.
I mean, I
It's
guess
nice to
yeah.
see
Okay, I'll
you
tell you
on
directly.
stream, Pixie.
Huh?
It's nice to
Oh.
see you on stream. I've seen some.
So Brittany was really wild right there. I've shown this on stream before, but not since I've been doing this. I don't know. You guys know who this is, but this is who she reminds me of hardcore. And her exit there really drove it home for me. God, I hate how bad YouTube's been. Let's see, I just gotta switch it real quick. Oh, wait. Yeah, I do. Might have to resize the screen. There we go. Oh, I have to make it bigger. This is who she reminds me of, like, big time.
Rent to swag shareholders. As you can see, they never
Where is
will.
she?
It is kind of a sausage
Her.
party in here. For the record, would hit it, would hit, hard pass.
Tom, who is this person?
This is Mona Lisa Saperstein, my new sales associate.
Mona Lisa Saperstein.
First person in the world, huge, skank, terrible, but thank you. It means a lot.
Of course, gotta keep it in the family.
Yeah, but does it have to be?
Oh, it's like you're taking something away from me.
Well, there we go.
And I already committed to that, and so if you say that I can't go, it's like you're taking something away from me.
Store's really busy. I kinda need you to stay.
I totally hear you. I also don't like what you're saying. So if you say no, I will start a fire in the bathroom.
I can't ever see Brittany Simon and not think of her. Ever. Okay. We'll go back to the video now. You are kisser Drazi for maintaining such cognitive apparatus tools. Good for being a kisser. Okay.
Some of your old content.
Oh, that's so sweet. Thanks, Sherry.
Go, stop wasting girl time. Go. Talk.
Okay. Max, do you feel entitled to be in Destiny's stream, or to have conversation with Destiny, or to be able to have a say in what goes on to his subreddit?
No.
No.
I have
Okay.
no. I have boundaries around it though. If I'm part of the community, I'm part of the stream, and I think to a large degree I am. Then I have needs and wants that I am going to express, and if they are not met, then yeah, I will declare war. We'll have conflict, and then if the conflict doesn't go my way, then I don't know. I mean, like I don't expect Steven to just immediately agree with what I'm saying, especially if I'm saying it in public. But no, I don't feel
Jackson, I understand you don't like it, but I'm being honest.
entitled to be on his stream. Absolutely not, or even to be in his subreddit now.
Okay,
But
I think this
but it's a if-then statement. Like, if we're going to be collaborators, if we're going to work together, if I'm going to be on his stream, if we're going to be friends, like I can be friends with Steven even if he's like professionally shitty to me. Like that doesn't matter, but it hurts more. It does make me feel like, well, what the f, we're friends and I'm banned from your subreddit and you're not going to unban me. Like, what the f is your problem? Like it pisses me off. But no, I don't feel entitled now.
But, okay, this is funny because you're saying you don't feel entitled, but you are displaying signs of entitlement, right? You are saying, oh, I expect to be treated this certain way, and I want to be treated this certain way.
What Mr. Girl just laid out is completely and totally fair. Like, you're allowed to say like, hey, I don't like this, and if you're gonna do this, then this is how I'm gonna respond to it. A lot of people don't have boundaries, and what they'll do is, when they don't like something, they'll just do the thing that they think the other person won't like without even saying anything to them. They won't establish it. They'll just wait for like the event to trigger their action, and they'll go do that action. So stating the boundaries, pretty commendable, I think.
Way, and that is a level of entitlement. You expect
well, it's like a work. It's like a workplace. Like if I work at Walmart, I expect to not be sexually harassed. That doesn't mean I feel entitled to work at Walmart.
Isn't your boss at the end of the day? You assign that responsibility.
This
to
is
him
where the
right
working
now,
analogy
but at the end
works
of the
for
day,
me.
he's not the one who's actually sending you paychecks. Your own community is. So it's extremely unfair that you're deciding that Destiny has that.
That's somewhat true, but that's somewhat
yeah.
true. But it's also true that Steven controls my exposure, especially now that I'm banned from YouTube. He controls my exposure and income to a pretty big degree, and I don't have that kind of control over his exposure or income really at all. So that's why I'm using the word boss. So again, to bring it back to the question you just asked me, I don't want to sound like I'm doing a looping Mr. Girl thing where I'm explaining the same thing 20 times. So as soon as you understand this, please just let me know. I'm not entitled to work at Walmart, but if I do work at Walmart, I expect to be treated a certain way, or I'm going to complain or stop working at Walmart.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess this is
fair.
what I think is funny. Or not funny is the wrong way to put it. Odd, strange, whatever.
Okay.
Did Steven ever ask you for him to be your boss?
No.
That's not how that
No,
would
right.
work.
So you basically decided Steven is your boss, or you put yourself in a position where he is greatly influencing your income or your exposure, et cetera, et cetera. So this is more like if you decided one day to be an employee of Walmart despite Walmart never hiring you, and then getting upset that Walmart is not treating you the way that you want to be treated, even though they never hired
you. The premise is flawed. It's more akin to having a friendship with a really affluent individual. Financial incentive doesn't make it a workplace. Well, at this point, he's not saying that it is. He's saying kind of like, and I'm saying it's kind of like that. But I think that the thing that protects you in a workplace makes sense to her to be there, and I understand why it's not there in this kind of arena. But listening to Mr. Girl talk about it, I think there's some people where I'm a lot more sympathetic to when there's like a big shift like this. Like when you first interact with them, you don't have any indication that anything's like that. Like I feel like when Lav first interacted with Destiny, things were pretty fucking wild from the very beginning. It was really obvious what she's getting into. I think that might have been a bit different for Mr. Girl, where things were like pretty amicable for a really long time. And he was able to grow with that kind of dynamic. And when it changed, I think that his reaction is a lot more understandable than somebody like Lav, who has basically had like a pretty like combative relationship with him from the very beginning. And we're like, every time she was on stream, like every time I seen Lav on stream for the first couple times she was on Destiny's stream, it just seemed like she was drowning. Every time she tried to talk, it was like everybody jumped down her throat immediately. And people ask me what I thought about her. I'm just like, I have no idea. I have no idea what she thinks, because every time I've heard her talk, she's had like 5 guns pointed at her.
you.
How long has this been going? Jesus Christ.
About 3 minutes. Welcome. I think that while it's true that Orbiter and Streamer, this relationship is formed organically and there's no official hiring process, I still maintain that the relationship does exist. There is a term for it, Orbiter. We all know what that means. I'm saying boss is being somebody's orbiter is a form of working for them, working with them, working for them, collaborating with them. But like, yeah, if you're collaborating with somebody has way more power than you and is way bigger than you, has way more money than you, makes way more money than you, then they have power over you.
Max, where did Steven touch you, Max?
Stop, Zerga, you're gone.
No, get him out of here.
The amount of sycophantic bootlicking in this call is going to demonstrate.
No, okay, that was Zerga. That was Zerga doing Zerga things. No one else has done that besides him. Zerga's.
No, that's not true. Every single person in the call has at some point been like, no, no, he's fair to all of us. What are you talking about? Don't speak on my behalf. I would never complain about how Steven treats me. Steven treats me so well. Max, I've never talked to you before, but I'm going to come in and start arguing and sucking up to you and saying, Steven, I don't even know why you talk to this guy. No, you guys are all
barely catch anything anybody said there.
Wow, okay, so this is kind of crazy because I was
the
trying
official
to
bootlicker wants to make a statement. The professional bootlicker. What's your statement for it? Go ahead.
The last 3 years. Okay, but that is so interesting to me because you are assuming all these things about my relationship with Destiny and like how I interact with them. I have not been on stream for like the past 2 years for good reasons, right? And instead of taking the criticism that I'm talking about, you're
not giving any criticism. You're asking me. You're asking me questions. You're like, don't you think that maybe you sound entitled? That's not a criticism. If you have a criticism, I'd like to hear it, and then I'll respond. Go ahead.
Well, I'm trying to walk you through it, right? Because it's a lot easier to say like,
I'm not stupid.
You all mostly do. Wait. People benefit from the real, I don't know, boom. You're literally play acting fake. I'm not play acting anything. You mostly all do red herrings everywhere. You're not focusing on their red herrings. Main thing in this space. You know what? If you want to say what the red herring is, that's fine. But I can't really interact with just like the claim that there is one, dude.
I don't have to be walked through. You could just tell me the criticism and I'll be able to...
because you're deflecting right now what everybody's saying about you. Instead of listening, you're saying,
I'll be back in
you're all bootlickers.
Okay.
And
here's the primary.
You're saying like, oh no, like
wait. The thing that made me say that was Zerka saying, "Where did Steven touch you?" I'm not deflecting. I understand the primary disagreement right now seems to be that you think that even though there is a power differential that you definitely can't argue against, it's not a formally created power differential. So therefore, I should not have expectations of a formal nature or professional nature.
No, what I'm saying is that, you know, there can be a power differential. No one's like, I'm not disagreeing with that, at least.
Yes, I just said that.
Yeah, I know. I'm rephrasing.
Yes.
I'm starting from the beginning.
You're not even rephrasing. You're just saying the same thing I just said.
Okay, chill. Okay. But you cannot get mad at that power differential if you're the one who's constantly putting yourself in a bad position over and over and over and over again, despite Destiny not asking you to, despite Destiny not, you know, putting you there. You're the one who's putting yourself.
So because a formal relationship was never actually established verbally, so if Steven said, Max, I want you to work for me,
he can still get mad about it. That's crazy. That's really weird to me. He has the right to voice how he feels about it. Even if even if you're wrong, even if you completely misunderstand a situation, which I don't think Mr. Girl does, you can still voice it. Christ. That's a very, very I think Pixie sounds dumb here. I don't know how to say it.
And here's the job. The job is when you think of something you want to talk about, or if I think of something I want to talk about with you, or something naturally comes up, I just want you to come on my stream. I want you to try to be interesting. I want you to, you know, make sure your audio equipment's good, your camera's good. I want you to look and sound good, and I want you to speak, you know, concisely. You be yourself. You know, it's a pretty simple job, but I just want you to come on and kind of like talk to people, and then I'll post videos about it, and I'll make like, you know, thousands and thousands of dollars per month, and you, in exchange, you get to all be in your videos, so you get a boost in the algorithm from that. People will like you, my community, some of my fans will come over to you. What do you say? So if he said that, and I said, okay, that sounds good, then do you think I would have more of a right to be upset?
Honestly, if you said that, yeah, you'd have more of a right, because Destiny's not like begging you to be on stream. He's saying like, oh yeah, or
absolutely.
Tell me if I'm out of place here, Destiny, because this is like
no, he's never begged me to be on stream. So again, the reason I thought I did a pretty good job of framing your argument for you is that your main complaint is that no formal agreement was ever explicitly made, and yet I am bringing in expectations as if it were.
Yeah, I guess.
Yes. Okay. So there's two parts of this. One is how I feel. You're saying I shouldn't feel this way, but I do. And so that's an angle where you're trying to discredit me by saying, well, you're just an entitled fucking weirdo. You're a crazy person. You think you're entitled to all this shit, but you're not. You're crazy. And then the other is... I never said you were
crazy. I said you were entitled, which...
Yeah. But I'm saying that's an attack on my emotional and psychological well-being. You're saying I shouldn't.
Wait, calling
feel
someone
this way.
entitled is an attack on somebody's emotional and psychological well-being?
No, telling somebody that they shouldn't feel what they're feeling is an attack on somebody.
I don't think she was talking about what she was feeling. I think
she said, "I don't have a right to be angry." So
Wait,
there's two.
No, what? No,
wait,
not
wait,
at
wait,
all.
stop.
She
Before-
did.
Don't scatter what I'm saying. It's
She
very
said I
simple.
paused it
There's
to
an
contest
emotional
that.
component and a logistical component. So do I have a right to feel how I feel? She's saying I don't.
No,
I
hold on,
shouldn't be
stop.
angry.
Okay, I'm gonna take a quick stab at this,
You're
Pixie.
putting
You
words
tell me
in
if I'm right or tell me if I'm wrong. Okay, super quick. Okay, it sounds like what Pixie is saying is that you are now you're doing this thing where you're like, just because I don't make a formal agreement with you doesn't mean that I can't have some forms of boundaries, which everybody in here would agree. You don't have to make a formal agreement with somebody that has some forms of boundaries, but you're not talking about a boundary like a friendship boundary. It seems like you're extending that to almost like a form of professional boundary. You're talking about these are the rules that you need to make to moderate your community to appease me professionally. And what Pixie is saying is that in order to make a professional ask of somebody or to have a professional boundary, it seems like some professional agreement would have needed to have been made and not just assumed. Otherwise, you have a feeling of entitlement that isn't justified. That sounds like what Pixie's arguing.
I don't think you're ever entitled if you make a boundary. Like, you're entitled to being able to feel how you feel about something. Oh, probably watched the Mr. Girl v. Glink porn debate. Such an amazing Mr. Girl content moment. Give me 1 second.
All right.
Let me, shit. Hang on. I'll put all it up on stream in a second. Just for you, Emery.
Boblax explain, then we're gonna go into interjections because Moth and Glink want to get in, and I want to give them a
I'll
chance.
I'll say two more things, and then I'll give Moth and Blink time because I'm respectful.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
This whole conversation is so respectful of you.
God, mute that motherfucker! Mute that motherfucker!
I like that. That was pretty good. Oh, shit.
Yeah, but there's two components to that. There's the logistical, professional component, and then there's the emotional component.
No one here is
So
talking
it's-
about the emotional component. It's about the logistical.
She just said you don't have a. She just said you don't have a right to be angry.
Okay, what I said. Well, I don't. I'm.
Pixie, do you
not
think I have a
sure
right to be
that I-
angry?
Honestly, I think everybody can feel what they want to feel, right? Everybody has a right to feel whatever.
I don't like those
but
answers.
whether
Those kinds of
those
answers make me
emotions are
mad,
valid
personally.
or not, whether those emotions should be introspected more, and hopefully
Okay,
we work
right.
towards
so
change.
so I can have. So why don't you just bite the? Let's cut.
Yeah,
to
no,
the,
I'll bite the
Let's cut the
bullet. I
shit.
think
Wait,
it's more-
let's cut the shit. Let's skip the loop. Let's bite the bullet and just say you don't think that my emotions are valid. That's what you said. Let's just put that down, and then I can
Let's
respond
be
to it
very
without you
specific,
shifting it to
please.
something else.
Can we be very
we-
specific though? Because I'm not saying, oh, you can't be
I'm not
angry
trying to.
or hurt
I'm not
in
trying
general.
to. I'm not trying to
I
get
know.
you. I'm not trying to dunk on you. I'm literally explaining your argument.
Bo Black screams too much, pure drama and fake. I don't know Bo Blacks, so that came off as pretty funny to me.
For you, and you're interrupting me, telling me it's wrong, going on a loop,
No,
having
no, no,
Stephen
no, no,
First time I ever
translate,
saw Bo
and
Black was
restating the
from
same
Mr.
thing that I
Girl.
just
Be very
said
specific.
for
I just
10
want to
minutes.
be
All that's been
clear.
happening for 10 minutes is you trying to escape me stating your own argument to you,
All
and
that's
then
been happening for
restating it
10
over
minutes
and
is
over.
you deflecting. Okay, but whatever. I am trying to be
I would
clear
like-
right now. That is all I am trying to do.
Her saying that I think everybody's entitled to their feelings, when he tried to reiterate, am I allowed to feel mad about that? Am I entitled to feel angry about that? Is like when somebody does something wrong and you call them out on it instead of apologizing, they're like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm such a fuck up. It makes me mad like that.
Understand what
trying
you're
to ask
saying
you-
because you're saying the
okay.
same thing as everybody else, so it's not that hard to understand. I get it. You think that my emotions are not valid because you think I am both professionally and interpersonally overly entitled to what I view as my property, my space, and my Stephen. I get it.
I never
get
said
what you're saying.
interpersonally, but continue.
When you talk about my feelings, you are bringing up the interpersonal. You're not just talking about professional anger.
I
You're
really
talking
like
about
the
my
my Stephen
psychology.
part.
and I believe what you think about my psychology is that I have boundaries for me, but not for thee. That I believe that I can say no to people, and I can tell people to fuck off, and I can do whatever, blah, blah, blah. But for some reason, I don't feel that other people should be able to say no to me, including Steven, interpersonally, psychologically. I think that's the picture you're painting of me. Is that wrong?
Yeah, I think more or less that's basically it.
Okay, so to address the two prongs, now that we've agreed on what you're saying, professionally, streaming is a new and uncharted territory, partly invented by...
Wait. Hey, Froggy Style, thank you very much for the gifted membership. Hey, All-Rounder got one. That's awesome. I think there's like 60 gifted memberships so far, and All-Rounder wasn't the recipient of one. There's no way you're not the next one, Elk. Thank you very much, Froggy. You are correct, Saxon. I'm not doing this for Max. I've always been doing these for me. I've been doing these for me to help me with my video, to rewatch them. But then also, I've been doing this for people that are interested in it. So that's something I think I've been pretty transparent about, to be honest. So, I'm sorry that you don't like that, but, yeah. Oh yeah, All-Rounder's not here. I was gonna tell him, let's see that Kiora emote, but in time. Okay.
By Steven himself. And I don't think
if you think
that
so, Saxon,
we have really figured out how to establish these relationships and how to maintain them in a way that's good for, especially the orbiter, but even good for the streamer. So I don't think it should be the Wild West. I guess I'm just for people speaking out when they think something is unjust, and I'm also all about calling out the unspoken, bringing the unspoken agreement or unspoken relationship to light, and that's what I'm trying to do here. So when I call Steven your boss or our boss, I'm not saying he officially has accepted this title. I'm saying it because you are already not thinking it. I'm saying it because it's not acknowledged. I'm saying I think we should acknowledge that.
It's not reality.
That's fine if you don't. It's fine if you don't agree, but I don't.
No, my video's not going to be called the Destiny Report. That would be if I did a video about Smeth's video about Mr. Girl's report on Destiny, then that would be the Destiny Report. But no, I have a title.
I don't think I'm saying anything about, like, you don't like the label, but everything I'm saying about it, like, we benefit greatly from appearing on Steven's stream, and he can control that. He can control our access to that resource. He doesn't really get much from appearing on any of our streams. That's just true.
He's not like a natural, like, he's not like natural water. He's not like the pond or the rain that
I'm not saying he's the pond. I'm saying he has control.
Like,
he doles out access to a very valuable resource when he sees fit, and this gives him a lot of power in the relationship. You don't have to call it a boss if you want. We already have the word. Orbiter is kind of a like semi-ironic term, but it's pretty accurate. We exist because of him. If he cuts us loose, then we are just a little asteroid sailing through the nothingness of space. That tie can always be cut. If you cut ties with Steven, you heard him what he said earlier. Lav was like, "Well, I don't know if I want to be talked to this way," and he was like, "Fine, go fuck yourself." But like, the only reason I have a career is because of Steven.
Okay, Max, you are projecting your...
at him and expect him to care, right?
Wait, stop. I'm not projecting anything. I'm just describing literally the logistics of our relationship. If you walk out of Walmart and you say, "Go fuck yourself, Walmart," it does not change Walmart's life at all. If Walmart says, "Go fuck yourself," you're fired, it changes your life completely. I think we should acknowledge that. Like, wait, I haven't even finished what I'm saying. Again, I'm just trying to, these are obvious things that are obviously true, and you won't even let me finish it. Stop making me come up with examples of how what I'm saying is like obviously true.
I don't think you
Steven?
should say
It's not
obvious
obviously true. That's the
okay.
when
problem.
people are disagreeing.
Max,
Okay, what
you're
part of what I
saying-
just said isn't true, Pixie? Let's do
Okay,
it.
when I keep saying, "Oh, you're projecting," what I'm saying is that
No, I don't
have
want you to
this-
talk about that. No, you just said what I just said isn't true. What about
You're-
what I
it's not true,
described?
it's so
I've
fucking
addressed.
obvious.
I've
I'm
addressed
about
only
to-
the professional. I've addressed only the professional. What about what
Okay.
I said about our professional relationships with Steven is not true?
Well, first of all, my life and my profession, seeing that it's like not even streaming to begin with, is not affected by whether Steven is interacting with me on stream or not. Other
Agreed.
people have
For most
communities
of us,
large enough where they
okay,
can continue
great. Then you're not in
without
in that
even-
case. You're not one of the people I'm talking about. I'm talking about people who are financially dependent or semi-dependent on their relationship with Steven.
which might be you, but that's
Yes,
not.
I'm one of those
necessarily every
people.
single
Yes,
person
that's
that you're
good. I'm
to,
talking about
nor even
orbiters.
every orbiter.
Yes, I'm talking
Like-
about orbiters who depend on Steven for their living. So what about what I said about those relationships is not true, or can I finish making my point?
Finish making your point, but just specify it's you because there's other orbiters.
I'm
When
not
people
just
get
talking
called
about me.
orbiters-
There are multiple people, including people in this call, who benefit greatly financially and professionally from their exposure to Steven and his stream.
But just because they benefit doesn't mean that their career is over. Just because Steven doesn't
I
talk
didn't
to
say
them
your career is
anymore.
over. Just because Walmart fires you doesn't mean that you're never going to work a cashier job again.
Wait, hold
But
on,
you do
stop. To
have
be
that-
clear, that is what you're implying, because you're saying that I
No,
only
I'm not.
exist because of.
We-
Wait. You literally said that I only exist because of him, and otherwise we're asteroids cut loose into space. You're
I didn't
implying
say
that
I
like.
only exist because of you. I said I only have a career because of you.
Okay, which means your career is over if it's not for me. That's what Pixie was saying.
Yeah.
You know what
It's
this
not
reminds
over.
me of?
It's just it entirely. It would be very handy at this point. I mean, you've already kind of semi-professionally cut ties with me in some ways, and I think I'm gonna survive. I mean, you are banning my fans from your subreddit.
Okay, this is the thing that's happening right now. But like, you're still appearing
I
on
am.
stream, no problem. I still appear in YouTube videos, no problem. I'm still like, damn, I don't think I
Yes,
haven't come
but-
close to cutting ties with anything.
No, but my the character I'm now allowed to play.
You,
on
I
the
haven't.
stream.
You can do whatever you want. I don't have any problems with anything you've done on stream. If I have a problem with things you're saying, I'll just shout at you.
Do you agree? Okay,
Yeah.
will you bite the bullet that banning my fans from your subreddit does increase a anti-Mr. Girl sentiment on your subreddit, and thus, therefore, does define how I am seen by your community to some
Oh, thank
degree.
God, something I give a shit about. Oh, thank you. So, do you think you and
This
your
is
fans do
clearly
anything
true.
to deserve a ban?
Stephen, will you answer my question?
The if I ban all of your fans, will anti-max sentiment necessarily raise my sub? To some extent, it probably will, sure. But I mean, it's not like they're never going to be nice to you. Like you've done interviews afterwards, where I think my sub ubiquitously was in agreement that you did really well on the no jumper thing. I don't think there was like hardly any disagreement there. And I was with. I think that was already post like a lot of your fans getting banned.
But
So.
will you bite the bullet that banning my fans from
Saxon, me not inviting you to voice while I'm trying to work through a 3-hour video does not show my bias. It shows that I don't have the capacity to have a long conversation with you and get through this video in the same stream. That's it, buddy. I don't always have the energy for it. That's it. When I do invite you on. You're okay.
from your subreddit lowers my.
I just did.
standing
I
in your
literally
subreddit.
already did. I can restate it again if you'd like, but yes, of course it will.
No,
yes.
you bit the bullet, but then you did chaser. I don't no chaser.
Well, I have to
straight
do
up.
it because you always do these hardcore insinuations, and then those insinuations like pump the rest of your arguments without people being aware of it. But
I
like,
don't think it's a hardcore insinuation to say do you agree that to some degree banning all my fans from your subreddit hurts my standing in your community?
yes, I don't. That's not the problem. The problem is later on you're going to say that by banning your fans, I've like made it impossible for my subreddit, or you're going to make
No,
more pointed
I
arguments.
don't know.
Okay,
I'm
well,
not,
we'll
I'm
see.
not, I'm not
Okay,
going
we'll
to.
see.
Let's
Okay.
look. Yeah, let's see, and then you can say it after I do it instead of before I do it, motherfucker.
Oh.
Okay. Yes, it's true. I still have access to your stream. I can still come on and be me. But the character I get to play now is one that discredits me, and actually hurts my reputation. And so, yes, you haven't cut ties with me, but I have lost access to something that gave me a career. I don't have that thing. If I came on and you portrayed me the way you do now at first, I probably wouldn't have a career.
That's probably
Like,
accurate.
You're the one who basically
wouldn't have it
assigned
like it
your
is
career onto Steven.
become
Do
at
you
this point.
understand that? Do you see that?
I am describing the logistical, professional, interweb here, or interconnected web of relationships.
You made up what I meant. I meant you never invite me for a future. Yeah, if you want to message me and set up a time for us to just talk, by all means do that. If I haven't said that before, I thought I have, but if I haven't said that before, then I should have. That's fine. We can set up a time where you and I can just do a stream and talk about all this shit. I don't mind. No, I don't mind that at all. Well, then that's on you, dude. Do you have a Substack, Sex, and it seems like you'd have interesting content? Yeah, I'd probably read it. Okay, look, that's on you. I'm telling you, if you want to do that, this is what you can do. If you tell me you don't want to do that, then that's on you, dude.
Yeah, but do you understand
and you
that?
keep switching the conversation back to my psychology. But before you do that,
hold on, wait, real quick, wait. Let me hold on. Let me just push into what Pixie's saying, because I could be wrong, but it feels like this is what she's implying, and it does make me feel a little uncomfortable. It sounds like what you've essentially done is, in a way, you have made me completely responsible for your existence, and now I have to accept a whole bunch of responsibilities that entails, and that's a really spooky ask or demand that I'm.
Yeah, I know. I know. I think you feel like I'm guilt tripping you, and I think it freaks you out.
Well, I wouldn't say that it freaks me out. It's more than just like I've been given a whole list of responsibilities that I didn't know I was signing up for. Is the argument Pixie's making?
Yes.
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 And do you?
I think
do you know
I think
for
we all
how
agree
long?
on that.
Do you know for
Wait,
how
what?
long? Do you know for how long you expect that? Is it until you outgrow Steven?
Oh, if I outgrow Steven, then will I feel...
when do you expect him to not put your image before his maybe like authentic reaction to your arguments or whatever? Or
that's
like,
not what I'm asking for.
Or allowing people to ban your fans. Like at what point do you allow him to do what he wants to do with his platform?
He's allowed to ban my fans whenever he wants, but if he wants me to, I mean, obviously, if he wants me to participate.
When Cherry says allowed, she means like, what would you prefer? Obviously, not what am I actually.
Yeah, like at what point will you be?
Well, I reject that framing of allow. So if you're asking me what I want.
It's easy to exclude someone who offers you an easy. It's on you, eh? Well, I said if you want to do that, I'm fine to do that. You can just DM me. We can set up a time. You said I don't do DMs. I'm saying, yeah, I'll do what you want to do. And you're saying, I don't want to do what you require of me to do. That's fine. You don't have to. But that's just how that is. I don't know.
Then
what is your ideal? At what time do you feel like it will be ideal for you to like cut the umbilical cord?
I don't want to cut the umbilical cord. That's not what I'm describing. I'm talking about a set of norms that I think should be in place when there's a huge power differential that are not in place. And so I think, we should acknowledge the power differential. And then I'm still trying to respond to Pixie's, like, you guys are running so much interference for each other.
Okay,
I can't wait. Stop. Let me finish my sentence about how you're interrupting me. You guys are running so much interference for each other that I literally can't respond to any single point.
One of the things that I really like about Mr. Girl is that, like, shit, I can't remember the last thing that was said. I got distracted with the Saxon thing, but I think it was Pixie said something to him. It says, it sounds like you're doing this. And most people, if it's not something that sounds good or whatever, they'll just say no. And even if it is like that, then they'll just explain. I really like that he gives those concessions. I think that it's what gives him the genuineness that I think a lot of his fans really appreciate.
Without either that person themselves saying they didn't say what they just said, or somebody else coming in to translate, aka change the subject. So I feel like all this started because Pixie asked me my position, I thought, and I'm trying to say, I think that or me saying, here's your two main contentions with me, and I'd like to respond to both of them, but I feel like I haven't been able to do that. So instead of having a bunch of mini arguments, can we just accept that we do have a professional relationship with Steven? That relationship was not formalized. It has not been made explicit until maybe right now, me saying this. It does not have clear terms and boundaries. There are no protections in place for people who...
is he going for the piano?
enter
yeah.
Steven's orbit, orbiters do tend to be fans. They tend to be people who really admire Steven and love Steven and look up to Steven. They enter into his orbit. It's a great honor to be here. And this primes people, along with the not informal nature and along with Steven's not irresponsible, but like the like I'll willingness to wrestle in the mud or wanting to wrestle in the mud with you. All of this I think combines to create a situation where no one is really advocating for the orbiters. And so I want to stand up and say, like, look, I think this financial relationship exists, is very real. A lot of us are actually dependent on you for paying rent. And I think that introduces a lot of power imbalances that I want to talk about.
He's not here right now, by the way.
Dan, why the f am I here?
Oh, sorry. I don't know.
That's fine. I think he already knows what I'm saying anyway. Then the second part is my psychology. So if you want to talk about how you think I feel over entitled, I can see why you're saying that. I think there's a couple things I'll speak to on that. One, my bar for expressing anger is pretty low.
That right there.
So for Steven to get to the point where he's going to come on a stream and say, like,
the fact that he's saying, like, I understand why you think I'm entitled. Most people do the exact opposite. I really, really appreciate that. That's the kind of thing that without that, I think Mr. Girl would be a lot tougher character for me to deal with. But I super value honesty like that.
Like, listen, I'm here. I want to talk to you because I'm angry at you. He would have to be apoplectic in order to get to that point. I'm much more open, very angry.
Oh, okay.
I'm much more open about my feelings. So I can be feeling probably something less than what you're imagining in order to tell somebody, like, hey, I'm angry at you. And then, what's the other part? You're talking about how I'm entitled and flipping out, main character syndrome, narcissistic. I think I'm also much more willing to have conflict. So for me, there's been a lot of professional situations in my life where
you're not willing to have conflict, because to be willing to have conflict, you would need you'd need to allow the other person to have conflict with you, and you very much do not want to let Steven have conflict with you.
This is how I see myself, despite Cherry's assessment of me.
There we go. I
think that I am more willing to have conflict than most people, and I think it gives people the impression that I am more entitled or think things are worse than they are. I don't think what Steven is doing is, like, horrific. I don't think it's really his fault that he's been thrust into this role. I don't think he wants the responsibility, but I think he wants the benefit of having orbiters, and I think that should carry with it responsibility. In my eyes, it does.
Okay, I have a question.
Thank you, Elk.
It seems like you have put Steven in an impossible situation to win because, again, first of all, he didn't ask for this responsibility, yet it seems like you have hoisted it upon him. So if he decides, hey, guess what? I don't want this responsibility of dealing with orbiters. I'm not talking to any more orbiters on stream, et cetera, like, where this is done. What's going to happen to you, Max?
I'll just fall back on being a rapper.
Okay.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What's going to happen to me? Like, yeah, it would suck. I would be sad. It would hurt my career, but that I understand. That's fine.
Okay.
Like, again, if Walmart wants to be like, listen, I can't stop hitting my employees, so I guess we have to shut down because we can't stop beating the employees. That's fine. If he cannot, if he does not want to or cannot treat his orbiters well, then yeah, I guess I think he shouldn't have them.
Saxon, my answer is I don't know who that is, and also I don't know what CBD. I don't know what you mean when you say CBD. I don't think Mr. Girl has a good sense of self-awareness here. I think he gives ultimatums under the guise of resolving conflict, but he has no ability to coexist outside of his preferred resolution. Oh, cat don't bark. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Why? So like, I feel like the first sentence that you said, Portland, and the second sentence, they're not mutually inclusive. You're calling it an ultimatum. Like, I think it kind of is, but it's also just like boundaries, right? Like, if this doesn't happen, then I'm not going to do this, or I need this in order to continue doing this. I think these are reasonable. I just do. I don't think that, like, what's the alternative? Like, he just has to continue to do things with Destiny even if he's uncomfortable? No, I don't think so.
But that's not what I want.
Can I challenge you on something, Max? Because
Sure.
I've heard much of your criticism of Steven.
Okay.
He's irresponsibly platforming other people and now irresponsibly managing his orbiters. What is responsible that he's doing?
What is responsible?
Yeah, what is a good thing that happens on this stream besides you having a career?
What is a good thing that happens on the stream aside from me having a career? He is very fair and understanding of people's different perspectives and empathetic and intelligent 92% of the time. That's pretty good.
Okay. I have a question. I have more questions for you.
He's doing a way better job of steering the ship than any of you would. So
Okay.
I'm like, look, I think that I'm not saying that I think anyone else is more qualified to do this than he is. I think most people in his situation would end up being abusive to some degree. I think that's just part of having power.
Okay. I know you kind of like.
Mr. Girl in this instance is only willing to resolve conflict. If the other person comes 100% his way, that's not conflict resolution, that's an ultimatum. Wait, no, it's having a boundary. Is it an ultimatum if I say, like, say I go over to my friend's house, and every time I go over to his house, he likes to roughhouse, and when he makes jokes, he hits me in the arm, and I hate it. Now, you know what, dude? If you continue to hit me in the arm, like you always do, when you make a joke and I'm over at your house, I'm not coming over anymore. Is that an ultimatum? Like, I guess, but it's really just me establishing a boundary. I feel like the word ultimatum is being used here to imply that he's doing something that's bad or that you shouldn't do. Sometimes ultimatums are good. Sometimes you have to give people an ultimatum. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. And sometimes ultimatums are conflict resolution. These two things aren't mutually exclusive.
Like touched upon it earlier, but I really got to know the specifics of what does orbiter responsibility exactly look like for you?
Sometimes you actually need everything that you need, and having just part of what you need doesn't cut it.
Because so far the things that you have been describing, at least from an outsider perspective, seems kind of unfair, if not just like completely unfair. So maybe
I
I'm just
but I haven't made any prescriptions. I
exactly.
Don't even know what
I'm saying what it looks like you're alluding to. So that's why I'm asking you to be specific.
I'm not
right
alluding
now.
to. Okay, here's my prescription. I think that Steven should acknowledge the power imbalance, and I think he should take that acknowledgement into account when having interpersonal commentary or interpersonal conflict with people, and when getting feedback about it. I think it's really messy and confusing and really, really difficult to do all of these roles at once, and I don't think it's fair to expect that he'd do that. So what I think should happen is I think he should be really open to feedback. I think anybody who says like, hey, I think you're mistreating your orbiters, I think you're mistreating me, I think he should take a big step back when somebody says that and say, oh, I have this rule with my girlfriend. We have a rule in our relationship that usually when we're having a conflict, we acknowledge explicitly whose turn is it to talk about their side. usually it's a bad idea if we both try to talk about our feelings. So we say, okay, you're going to talk about your feelings. That's fine. You're the one who brought up the thing. If you're the first person to say I'm angry or I'm upset with you, then it's your turn. Go ahead. You get to talk about it.
Ultimatums can be boundaries, yes. I had someone try to tell me the other day their exclusion was actually inclusive. It was wild. Oh, that's weird. Correct. Boundaries and ultimatums have a lot of overlap, but framing it as an employee dichotomy and demanding the relationship conform to that dichotomy paints a one-sided picture. He's even clarified in this, though, and said, like, it's not actually that. And that's why he's also, like, even when he says it to you, he's like, it's kind of like that. But then you remove yourself from the situation, not spend hours and hours complaining about what you need while suffering through it. Wait, what's the actual criticism here? Like, you shouldn't complain about something when you remove yourself from the situation? Why does that matter? So if Destiny doesn't acquiesce, it's because he's abusive, needs to change those behaviors, and otherwise it's a bad thing, rather than him having a preference for it and following he's an abuser? No. That's never been the claim. Mr. Girl even said that otherwise within this video. No, that's not the, and the only reason I can imagine you saying that is if you, like, I don't know. I'm not going to even say. If you think that, then I'd be interested in why you think that that's the conclusion that Miss Girl's comes to with this. But, I mean, we're going to watch this, and then in the near future, we're going to watch the one that follows. So, we'll see if that lines up. Oh, also, I'm going to watch, Mr. Girl's, like, emergency stream that came out of nowhere as well. I forgot about that.
I will do my best to listen to you and make space for your narrative and your feelings, even if I think
Hey,
everything you're
Kilo,
saying is
what's
a
up?
lie. I will just look through your eyes. But there is a catch. If either of us says, I think you're being abusive, the other person has to stop. Whatever role you're in, when you make an abuse allegation, however minor, I think you're being abusive, the other person has to say, okay, why? Why do you think I'm being abusive? Why did you say that? It's an automatic timeout. And I think it would be good to have something like that in Steven's orbiter relationships, where somebody, a check on Steven's power, because Steven doesn't want to acknowledge his power. And I think that...
Don't know why you keep saying that when I will.
That's not true. Yeah, like this is another thing. You keep saying, like, oh,
Okay.
I want him to acknowledge
I think
what's
Steven
going on.
has not acknowledged his power.
I think that Mr. Girl needs to use a different word than acknowledge. Because I think Destiny's right when he said earlier that you want more than an acknowledgement. And then the last time he said it, he said acknowledge, and I don't. He added something to it that made it a little bit better, but I still don't think quite hits it.
Sufficiently, and I think...
How? In what way? Or wait. In what way have I? I'm just curious because we can just solve that one real quick.
Because when Pixie starts pushing back on me and saying, "Oh, he didn't formally blah blah," what you should have done, I think, is you should have jumped in and been like, "No, let's be real here. I don't think of myself as your boss, but like, yeah, I have a fucking shitload of power over you. Go ahead, Max.
Well,
or go ahead,
but
Pixie.
obviously I have power.
Just
but
bite the bullet.
Well, that's not a. The problem is the not being the. First of all, no, I wouldn't say that I'm your boss, at all.
I know.
In any size, shape, or form.
I know.
And you wouldn't agree with that either, because it doesn't make any sense, right? Because
wait, in any way, shape, or form, that's not true. You
correct.
Have power
In any way,
with
shape, or form.
Professional and financial power.
Professional financial power does not make somebody somebody's boss. It could be a interpersonal relationship.
Part of it. Wait, you said in any way, shape,
a
or
part
form. It's
necessary but not sufficient doesn't make it necessary and sufficient, right?
I'm not saying you're literally actually my boss, but in some ways you are.
No, not at all.
Okay, well, so if you want to be responsible with your power, you should just bite the bullet and say, yeah, I get what you mean.
I understand what you mean, but what you're saying is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I can be charitable. That I have some level of.
You shouldn't say.
Okay,
I think you shouldn't do that. I've had this problem with you since our second conversation, where I was like, "Hey, at any point, are we gonna acknowledge the extreme power differential between us?" And you were basically just like, "No." You can talk about
Hold
it.
on.
I don't think about it. And I was
No,
like,
no.
You
That
don't
was
think
in
about how much people benefit. Like all these
You're just
sycophantic suck-ups leeching off you. You don't think about that. And you're like, no.
Okay, so in that second conversation, that had to that referred to our personal relationship. In which case, I don't think about that much at all. If you want to, that's fine. It affects you, that's fine. But I don't personally think about it that way. Now you're talking about a professional relationship. So to refer back to that conversation makes absolutely no sense. Okay. Now what we're talking about right now is whether or not I'm your boss. I'm not your boss. Do I have some similarities to your boss? Yeah, sure. And that like I have some like control over your income potentially, or can platform you or employ you in certain ways that makes you more money. Sure. But there's plenty of people in your life that can do that to you that aren't your boss at all. For instance, I might be working for a company as a consultant or whatever, and I've got a relationship with another client, and that guy, whether or not he agrees or disagrees to the offer that I make him, might have a dramatic impact on even whether or not I maintain my job. But that guy's not my boss, right? So I just that phrase is very strange, because the problem is when you say boss, you're using a form of intuition pumping there, because boss implies some level of consensual obligations between both parties. And you're trying to say, well, you're kind of like my boss because we have these things, and if I agree to it, you're going to use that intuition pump. Okay, well, now you agree you're kind of like my boss. Well, how would it be like if Walmart just fired me out of nowhere or something like that, even though they have the right to do that?
No. I'm not trying to trap you.
You are. You're doing that with that boss phrase. Otherwise, all you could really say is like, oh, well, he's got some power over income, right? Yeah, of course. You would just say it like that and leave it there. That'd be fair. But when you say boss, you're using boss as an intuition pump to some sort of contractual obligation that we've mutually agreed to, which we haven't really.
No, that's not. I'm referring to the ethics.
The ethics are not existing at all whatsoever here. We don't have a boss employer.
I know that is our that is our contention. I think they exist, and that is why I'm using the word boss.
Okay, let's just have that. Let's have that conversation then. How am I your boss?
I thought you know the ways that I think you're my boss. We both agree on the situation.
Okay, did I hire you? Did we go through any sort of hiring process?
We both agree on every part of this. We don't need to go through this.
Okay, then I'm not your boss then, because I wouldn't say I'm your boss at all.
The only reason I'm using the word is because I think, due to our financial and professional relationship, I think you have certain ethics that you should follow, which you don't think you should follow. That is the argument. We can't.
Well, sure, we can talk about those ethics, but they're not going to be the same as a boss would have.
I think some of them should be.
Some of them could be, sure.
Quick pause, just say, if you got here recently, if you wouldn't mind liking the stream, I'd appreciate it a bunch. It helps let people know that I'm streaming.
Sure, but it's not the same as a boss. Some of the ways we act should be the same as like a husband and wife treat each other, but that doesn't mean that we're married. I wouldn't use that term. So yeah, I agree. There might be some similarities to bosses or to girlfriends or to wives or
don't
to...
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't pretend that you think that our relationship is as similar to husband and wife as it is to boss. It's a flat fuck.
No, hold on. It might be more or less similar. I'm just saying that boss is incorrect. Boss does not apply to
husband and wife wouldn't really. There would be no point for me to use that comparison. There's a lot of point in me using the comparison of boss.
Yes,
because I think you're
and the point is the
irresponsible
intuition
leader.
pump of trying to imply that I had some pre-existing contractual agreement with you in terms of our relationship.
Let me make it clear. We can use a different word.
Sure.
I don't think we have a contractual agreement. I think we have a messy, confusing relationship, including financially and professionally messy and confusing. But in that relationship, I think there is a gigantic power differential where you have more control over me and the course of my life than a boss at Walmart has over his employee. So we don't have to use the word to describe our relationship, but I just want to point out that in relationships where there is much less influence over the worker's life, there's still ethical protections in place, which you seem to shirk entirely.
Well, because ethical obligations are usually things that are at least implicitly agreed to when people enter a sort of relationship with one another.
Well, I think that's what I'm asking you to do. I'm asking you to think about what's ethical here, and I'm asking you to hear me out as I make my case.
Well, sure, and I'll hear you out, and we can think about what's ethical, but you're not asking me to have done it. You're upset because I haven't already done it. Like, it's not like you're coming to me now and it's like, okay, hey, hold on. If we're going to keep going on this, we should have a conversation about this. You're upset because you think I've already failed to meet those obligations that I should have already been aware of.
Yeah. I think that's unfair. I think you're right. Well, I don't think it's unfair to be upset about it. It's more like things are happening that are really upsetting to me. And then as I kind of step back and think like, okay, what the fuck is going on? As I try to sort out what's happening between us, then I'm like, oh, this shouldn't have happened. I think that's not right. And then I'm reframing that as like, okay, I think this is an ethics thing that I think should be talked about. But I agree. The framing that you should have thought about this already is not fair.
Sure, that's fine. And then the only thing I ask then is that, like, when you think about it from reframing it in the way that it feels unfair or whatever, which is totally fair, especially when you're dealing with like massive amounts of hates from other communities, is like the way that I usually approach these types of thoughts is like, well, what if this was universalized? Like, is the expectation that I'm setting here fair for expectations between all people that are in the quote unquote orbiter class is the question.
I think absolutely. The expectations
reasonable here
would like you to consider are, I think, in dealing with interpersonal conflict, if you're defining
Elk, I think you nailed that.
Somebody, calling them stupid or immature, or implying that they may be, or allowing others, implying it by being silent. Like if Dan calls Lav a snake and then you don't say anything. I think I just want you to think about the power of defining the narrative that you have and how much that affects the other
Yeah, I don't
person.
have to think about that. I already know to some extent that that's going to exist. But like, if I would have to formally state it, I would say, like, don't ever come here if you're expecting me to be like this stalwart defender of every single person that comes on from an uncharacterization of another person they're talking to. Like, I explicitly don't like intervene in those types of conversations unless somebody's like being unhinged or whatever. That's just not my role. It's never been my role.
I don't think I'm asking you to be a stalwart defender. I think it's more
If you
like,
want me to intervene between a disagreement between Dan and Lav, of course you're asking me to step in and be like Lav's defender there. I don't need to step in.
Let me describe what I'm asking, and then you can tell me if that is what I'm saying. I'm asking you to set norms.
What norm are you asking me to set here? That guests can't insult each other? Like, what norm could I possibly set to make it so that Dan can't call Lav stupid? If Dan thinks Lav is stupid.
I don't think I said that. I said she acts snaky.
Okay, if Dan says that Lav is snaky, he feels that way. What norm could I possibly set such that Dan can't say that? That I can.
I think a norm of being aware of a dog pile, where if the community is calling Lav snaky, and you're calling her out on her inconsistencies, I think there should be a norm that should be dealt with carefully.
I have a question, Max.
Yeah.
Do you ever think that there could? This is just random, but like,
Just
if
say
there
what you
is
think.
a
Stop.
situation-
Just say what you think. Please, just say what you think.
Okay,
Don't
I'm
just
trying.
say
Give me a
I
break.
think.
Okay.
I can't
If
stand
there
these
is
questions.
a situation, well, because I'm trying to understand how you think better. I don't want to make a statement where if I'm not
say
completely
what you
understanding you
think.
first.
Just say what you think.
If there is a situation where Lav is acting snaky, I think that people should be allowed to call her out on that and say that, right? But
I would never accept, in my community, I would never accept snaky as a defined trait that can be fairly applied to a human.
You almost didn't you literally ban her initially and claim that she was a type of pedophile?
I don't know. I'm kind of anti-dog pile, but depends on the context.
I didn't call her a pedophile. I said she was sexualizing minors.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, there's a
well,
huge
no,
difference.
those are two different
Yeah.
things. Well, it's not a smear. It's like there's a rule
He
that you
didn't
broke.
approve snaky, so he's consistent.
I would never. And like with Lav, I don't think I've insulted Lav. I mean, even Cherry and Stardust in the last week, I don't think I've insulted either of them. I think I've just been like, I believe what they said. I believe that they were confused or had a reaction for whatever reason and made this allegation against me and retracted it. I've not called either. Like, if I was going to call someone snaky, that would have been the time where I would be tempted to do it, but I wasn't. I didn't. It's just not something that I do. It's not how I talk about people because it's fucking unempathetic. I don't want to do that to people, and I don't want my community to do it to people. But it's just a norm. So it's not like I'm saying, like, yeah, if you set a norm that you're gonna like call people names and insult people, especially orbiters, then like, yeah, we're all gonna do it to each other. That's like how families work. You're the head, and we're all gonna mimic your behavior.
So
you call Lav a
what's
dumb
the
bitch, then all your fans are gonna
What's
call each
the-
other dumb bitches.
What is the gauge on the career harm of being called a snake?
I don't think that you're going to be able to clearly define harm in any of these cases. You can watch the wave of negative sentiment come through the community, and then afterward there's a counter wave, and then as Stephen always points out. But who knows? Like, who knows where any of us would be if these...
It just seems like the
Hey.
level of protection that you want.
Give me 1 second. I haven't had any caffeine in a while, and I just had some dropped off. I just gotta grab the bag. Oh, shit. You sleep on the couch? Huh? Okay. No, I did not. You fucking cherry me, Kilo.
Want Steven to provide orbiters is
Wait.
basically setting him up to be like a daycare center for streamers.
You guys see that? Whoa. That did the opposite of what I wanted it to do. Look at that. That's the best dog in the house. I'm sorry, Kiara. I made him nervous. Let's go ahead and shrink me back down. That's Kiara, my favorite. She knows.
That's fine. If you think do you think I'm running a daycare center? I don't think I am.
I have
you
no
freaked
idea
out.
who
You
your
flipped out
orbiters
and
are.
left
I think she got a little freaked out when I pointed at her.
my show, and then I don't think I'm running a daycare center. I think
No,
I
I
go
don't-
pretty
I
hard
don't
on people who
think-
come
and-
on. People,
Yeah.
I have a lot of conflict with people who come on my stream. People who come on my stream have conflicts with each other. I don't think I'm running a daycare center, and yet there's a norm on my stream that I think my viewers, my community, and people who come on my stream follow, which is that like we don't hurl dehumanizing, vicious insults at each other, and that is not a norm here.
I don't know
I think
if
it should be
You
if you're
Snake
gonna,
is-
if you're gonna have.
I didn't follow a conversation for 2 hours. You basically told
Yeah.
your chat I was retarded.
No,
And
you
you
used
think
the
that
word
that's
retarded.
better
I would
than
never
calling
call
me
you. I would
snake?
never call you retarded. When you remember what I said when you left, if you heard it, I said, "Look, I'm glad Cherry set a boundary. I think it was good of her to speak up and say that I don't think this conversation is good for me." And she left. And I said, "Cherry, if you want to come back or if you want to send me a DM of any statement you'd like to make to amend anything that's been said, I'm happy to say it for you. I would never call you retarded. I just would never do that."
Okay, then I cannot follow you by what you find to be like a harmful thing. If maybe for you it's like certain words are a no-no, but
No, it's not that certain
like
words.
can we
It's
like
it's
paint
it's
someone
just.
in a way that says the words instead of the words? Like where
I don't
what is-
think
what
it's
are the
painting you
rules
as
for you?
retarded to say that there is a conversation that I think you.
I mean, sure things in public, there's always a chance for a dog pile, though, because everyone can independent claim and disagree. It's an individual decision that looks like group. Yeah, that's why I said that I think whether or not I agree with dogpiling is context dependent. Because, like, you can't really stop it. I think I understand your take on dogpile, Drowsy. If the pile is something that a person can deal with, where's the problem? Like, everything can't be perfectly balanced at all times. Yeah, like, I mean, obviously, I think it's bad if people are going to, freak out on somebody and, like, keep on going and going and going till the person, like, has, like, a mental breakdown. Obviously, don't fucking do that. I would criticize the individuals that, like, continued or came in after that point and continued to press on the person. That's bad and fucked up, I think. But for the most part, like, like, there's nothing wrong in and of itself with people, like, disagreeing together. It also has to do with, like, the way in which they do it. But I would probably disagree with a dogpile behaving in any way that I would disagree with a dogpile behaving. I would probably disagree with an individual behaving in that way as well. Dogpiling is bullying, I think, not just a 4v1. Sure, well, like, I don't think people should bully people.
you're having
I think
trouble
it's
following.
bad.
I don't think that's calling you retarded.
Just say I'm having trouble. You said I couldn't follow it. I'm not capable.
Yes, okay, a conversation that you can't follow. I don't think that means you're retarded.
Well, that just means she's stupid, right?
No, it doesn't mean no. Stop! Don't.
Well,
listen. Here's
the difference.
Will somebody bite the fucking bullet? Will somebody acknowledge that Steven insults?
Dan never chimes in with something to say that isn't just starting shit.
People more than I do. Come on, somebody step up,
okay.
open your mouth, and bite the fucking bullet. Steven clearly insults people more than I do.
I think it's
Steven,
a little bit.
Will you please acknowledge this?
I don't know. I think that
I do a lot of insulting.
Well, here's the issue. I use more mean words than you do.
Yes,
for sure. But
okay,
like, I mean, you've made some pretty extreme statements towards people as well that implies a level of ineptitude or incapability too. So I mean, I don't know, like per capita of like streaming hours, who's insulted who more. I'm not sure on that. But like, I mean, I use more mean words for sure.
I don't think I'm known for
making. When Destiny's, he'll throw around things pretty casually, and I think everybody kind of understands that it's pretty casual. It's not really, there's no real meaning behind it. But Mr. Girl, you do have a history of hating people.
Okay,
listen,
fine.
You guys have all talked a lot. Hold on,
wait,
Max.
Stop. I want to finish. I'm not. Stop. Everybody, stop changing the fucking subject.
I'm not. I'm commenting on this.
Okay, I was asked a simple question. What do I expect? Steven said, do you expect me to be a stalwart defender of everybody who comes on the stream? The answer is no, I don't expect that. I expect or request that you set norms.
Okay.
And I think those norms should take into account the power differential. And one norm I believe is that people should probably, especially if somebody is on the back foot or being dogpiled, I don't think that people should be making denigrating, sweeping, dehumanizing statements about that person.
All right, I'm hold Stardust, please Stardust. I haven't said nothing in like an hour, but I just want to give an example of something. If I call Stardust a fucking moron, I don't think anyone in chat really cares. Like, it might get a few laughs. I don't think Stardust.
I completely disagree.
Okay, that's fine. Let me finish my thing. So I don't think that's a huge deal. I think that like mostly people are like, hey, you called them stupid, whatever, not a big deal. You know what is a big deal? If I said, Stardust, you are actually incapable of having this conversation. I'm not sure what it is. Did you finish school? But regardless, I can't have this conversation with you. You've demonstrated you don't have the ability. If I say that, that's like, holy shit, Stardust is a fucking moron. And people walk away. That is 10 times worse than just calling them stupid.
If I can also add something, if I can add something also, saying that like, oh, Stardust.
It's context dependent as well.
I think you're too traumatized to have this difficult conversation. And if you didn't know that you were too traumatized to have this difficult conversation, even though my brand is having difficult conversations, you should have told me, Stardust. You should have told me. And you're just so incapable of having this conversation that I'm going to talk to you like I talked to Shaylin. How are these things not painting somebody a certain way? You're weaponizing what you perceive. You weaponized what you perceived was trauma from me, and then used it as a weapon against me to discredit me.
That's not what happened. I don't think that's what happened.
I don't mean to dogpile.
Okay.
I'm just.
Yeah, well, but you see that you. Okay. To respond
I've never
to you,
painted you like that. Nobody here.
Stardust?
I mean, never.
I don't.
Wait
Please
a
don't.
minute.
Okay. Yes, Stardust. You would never paint me in a negative way that could impact my reputation. Absolutely not.
I retracted my tweet within 1 hour. I apologize. Twice publicly and to you privately. It was a huge mistake. It was a huge mistake. I will never disagree with you on that. But you spent the last few months painting me as emotionally incapable, as some just so fucking traumatized that I can't partake in a normal adult conversation when I've had way more problematic conversations with people, just because I didn't want to cede on one point with you. You didn't want to move the conversation forward. And then because I did what I said I would do, Max, I said that when people push me on these things, I withdraw a bit. And I did what I said what I do. Right? I withdrew a bit.
I don't want to talk about this with you.
I didn't ghost you.
I don't want to talk about this with you.
I don't care. I need to say this.
I don't want to hear it. Stardust, you broke up with me. You sent me a DM saying you don't want to talk to me about this. You asked Steven if you would host a conversation between us. I don't want to talk to you.
Okay. All right. You have. I'm just saying you have no right to be going at Steven for painting people a certain way when you spent the last few months painting me a specific way. You painted me as emotionally
I understand
and just
that you
mentally
yes.
incapable of
I
having a
don't
conversation.
want to talk to you
and
about
because
this.
I enforced,
I don't want to talk to you about this.
I withdrew. You discounted everything I've done for you in our friendship, even though I
The
put
last
myself in the fucking line the moment I was
Stardust,
friends with
I
you.
don't want to talk to you about this.
Everybody,
Look,
you have no.
if you, so like she's saying, I put myself on the line. If you are going to use it against somebody like that, then what you did was never noble to begin with. Essentially, what she's saying here is because I stuck up for you and people didn't like you, you owe me now. And I would say that disqualifies you from being owed anymore. If there was any sense of owning or owing, it's gone with that kind of a statement. I think that's fucked up.
I don't want to talk to
you
about this. I don't want to talk to you about this.
Okay.
I'm willing to be civil in a group conversation with you, but you tried to destroy my life, and because of that, I'm never going to talk to you
I
again.
tried to destroy. I deleted the tweet again within an hour.
It doesn't matter.
Right?
It doesn't matter.
I deleted it
It
within
doesn't
an hour.
matter.
I
We're done. Stardust. We're done. We're done.
I've never
Stardust.
called
You and I.
pedophile. I've
You and I.
defended
You.
on multiple,
It doesn't matter.
multiple
Nothing
occasions.
you
I have
did.
a
Nothing you
large
did.
history of being a Me Too
It doesn't
skeptic.
matter. It doesn't matter. It's like you pulled a gun on me, and you're saying because you.
She's brought up the fact that she's a Me Too skeptic all the time. I think that only serves to hurt her then. So it seems like she should have been even less willing to have made that claim. She's saying like she thought about it and now it's not like that. Like then I guess where did all that skepticism go? I don't know. That seems like a really weird thing to keep on bringing up. I don't get that at all. Play?
You're saying because you put it away without shooting me that it's okay. It's not.
What
We're done.
What did you
and then
do? What did
you broke
do
up with
when
me.
you
sent me Stardust. You sent me a DM. You sent me a DM. You sent me a DM.
When you weaponized my trauma against me.
You sent me a DM.
You did that for months.
You sent me a DM breaking up with me, and you pulled a gun on me. And because of that, I don't want to talk to you.
Absolutely not. You don't get to. What the fuck is that, Max?
It might be a little too soon to be having this conversation.
Against me for months to discredit me. So you don't get to fucking tell me.
I don't think you did anything to discredit her.
Painting other people a certain way.
I'm not telling you
very
anything.
weird.
I'm talking to Steven and you happen to be here.
And
I don't want to talk to you.
Hypocrite. You are the biggest hypocrite I've ever seen in my life.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Anyway, to respond to you, Dan.
Yeah, go ahead.
Even though you set that off on purpose.
Oh, well, first off, I did not set that off on purpose.
This is your no. This is your specialty. You know exactly what you're doing. But
I do think, first off, I will say, swear on my kids, I didn't know about this thing with Stardust. Like, I knew you guys fought, but I didn't know anything like about calling Stardust stupid with that. That was just, you know, she was at the bottom of the thing. Yeah, so just to
it was just a lucky you just hit gold. Who hit gold?
Are you accusing me of lying?
I take it back. I'm like, no.
Oh, okay.
I take it. I take it back. You just are so good at stirring up shit that you even do it by accident.
Sometimes I
wait, hold on, wait, hold on, wait. I'm penetrating. Hold on, penetrating real quick. Okay, I actually, because I can tell when Dan is shit
use a
stirring,
different word, right?
He is. I don't think Dan was trying. I think what Dan was getting at though, was that I might say more mean words to people, kind of like Dan does, but people don't take them necessarily as seriously. But when you go in on somebody, it seems to be way more pointed. I think like the piece of evidence that I would suggest that maybe implies this is that technically, when I called Lava dumb,
I don't think my reputation or my character is relevant right now. I don't think it matters.
Okay. Well, the only reason, wait, real quick. I agree.
Stop.
Wait, I agree. But the only reason why it's the subject right now is because you asked people, is Destiny more mean than me? I think that's the only reason that comparison came up.
Okay, that's fair. You're right. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're more mean than me. So
it kind of does matter because if you're going to make demands about how somebody should interact with others, at the very least, you should reach that minimum bar.
No, you are leaving out the power differential. The question is, how does Steven treat people who have less power than him? And that's where I'm saying that there's ethical concerns. I don't really have orbiters in the same way that Steven does.
He's gotten
if I did
attacked through his platform from small streamers. That's most people.
This is not relevant. None of this is relevant.
How is that not relevant? How does he get to defend himself ever if every small streamer who orbits him
He should
gets
stop
to
defending himself. He
aim at
shouldn't
free
defend
will?
himself right now. This is not a good time to defend himself, and it's really not. If you guys are trying to make him look bad, you're doing a good job. This is not a good time for all of his sycophantic Orbiter fans to come out and start defending him. You guys should all shut the fuck up and let him stand as the captain of the. Let him stand. Oh my God! Stop! All of your voices drowning me out. You should let him stand as the captain of the ship.
He is standing. That's how tall
Tall
he
and
is.
strong.
That's
Shut the
fucked
fuck
up.
up. You should let him stand.
Content creator than me, Max.
He's not that tall.
You didn't give a about painting
Stop,
me
chill.
away from us.
Okay, hold on, chill.
Wait,
For-
that was so good. That was so good.
Nothing was.
No,
not-
that was-
Stop.
You should let Steven.
That was pretty good.
And another ethical concern of mine is that he allows people to run interference for him if they have ethical concerns. So a conversation like this should be, I think, if I say, hey, I don't think you're treating your orbiters well, I think that Steven should clear out the space and say, okay, anybody who wants to talk about how you think I'm not treating my orbiters well, I'll hear it out. I don't know if I'm going to agree with you. I'm not going to agree to change anything right now, but I'll think about it. I'll hear you out. I think that's fair. I think if we're going to be in this relationship where I have so much power over you and so much power over your reputation, yeah, I should hear it out.
I guess the biggest thing is that he never asked to be in this relationship with you to begin with. But the second thing, we've already basically run circles around that, is that the way that you're also talking about the other people that are not you, it's extremely condescending. You're saying oh, everyone else who's defending over him or whatever is a sycophantic, a orbiter, etc., etc.
Yes, I think you're sycophantic.
Call us bootlickers.
Yes, I think you're being bootlickers.
No,
absolutely.
I think
function right now is your function right now. You guys are like white blood cells trying to kill an infection.
Is that you
I
want
think
to
it
be
is
in a little
pathetic.
bubble with Destiny where you don't get any other criticism and you get to just say whatever you want to say without consequence. That's what you're asking.
Yes, it's called a conversation. The rest of the world calls it a conversation when two people talk to each other and then there isn't a bunch of other people like white blood cells swarming the conversation to defend one of the people. That's called a conversation. I'm trying to have a conversation with Steven. If you're not able to allow that if you're not able to allow that to happen, then yeah, I'm going to call you a sycophantic bootlicker. Actually, Pixie, I was trying to talk to you, but then Steven jumped in and instead kind of took your place.
I'm sorry.
Okay. You're making, I guess you keep saying it's a conversation, but really what it sounds like is that you're making a list of demands because your feelings got hurt, which is fine.
Yes, it is a conversation in which I am requesting things of Steven. That's true.
I have one more question.
Those are not mutually exclusive.
Earlier, you said that when it comes to you and your girlfriend talking, and one of them says abuse, the other one has to shut the fuck up. That's not a conversation if one person has to shut the fuck up and just not say anything, right? A conversation requires two people going back and forth.
You can have a conversation.
He's not saying that. He's saying that there's only space for one of their feelings. If one of them is talking about their feelings, then the other person needs to not come in with their feelings and talk over the other person with their feelings, because nobody's feelings can be heard that way. You can respond to what they say when they're expressing their feelings. I understand that because I have that rule with anybody that I'm going to open up and talk about my feelings with. It is the only way that those kinds of conversations can actually happen. Because if you don't close the door to that, then as soon as you go and talk about your feelings, if the other person doesn't like that, then they get to just steamroll right over you with all the things that they're feeling at the moment, and then nobody ended up getting to talk about their feelings. Pretty good rule.
No. I disagree with you. I think you can have a conversation in which a conversation about, for example, if you said, Max, I'm really mad at you, and I said, okay, let's talk about it. I think there'd be an expectation that you're going to be doing a lot of the talking, especially in the first half of that conversation. It's still a conversation.
Okay, so then I have a question. You feel like you haven't had enough time to talk for the past I don't know how often you've talked to Destiny in the past weeks or days. You feel like you have not been able to get your piece across, or you feel like he hasn't given you the time to talk, or what's going on?
What's going on right now is that every time there's a single thread that we could follow in the conversation, someone helpfully comes in to derail it and change the subject. And usually it is in the form of attacking me, discrediting me, trying to make me sound like a hypocrite, trying to make me sound like a crazy person, or whatever. What I think Steven has an ethical obligation to do at this point is to prevent that from happening. He should say, guys, shut up. I want to hear what Max is saying. His feedback is valuable. I respect him as a person. He's my friend, and we work together. I want to hear what he's saying.
He's
I think this is
asking
important.
for a bit
But that's not
much here,
happening.
but
Instead, he gets to kind of be the good guy and be like, well, I'm listening to you, but God, all these other people just keep interrupting you. I don't know what's happening. I don't think that's right.
It was my impression that we heard your point and your request, and we
Well,
were
you have a
just,
false
asking
impression. We
questions
have
now.
not had
We
a
have not
meaningful
heard
back
it
and forth
completely.
about. No, every single
okay.
time I say something, somebody derails, and we've not had a meaningful back and forth where Steven has really engaged with anything I'm saying. A little bit.
I don't know if you caught it,
as far as the
but,
definition phase, but as far as like me,
because it's kind of hard to catch anything in this, but I'm pretty sure that this was the first time. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is the first time that Mr. Girl referred to, well, used the phrase white blood cells to describe people coming in to defend Destiny.
saying like I think we should set norms around people dunking on each other and tearing each other down. I don't think he's responded to that.
Well, Steven, what do you think? All these things come back to you not saying shit, so why don't you pipe up?
Well, you guys all are having so much fun having this conversation.
Yeah, but that was his complaint. So
yeah, I don't think. I mean, I have like reasonable norms that I set for conversations. We're not doing like racial slurs, or I try to avoid like excessive dogpiling. But like, I don't think I'm going to have different standards for different people based on the size of the audience. That just seems.
I thought so
unfair.
too.
But like sooner than that, I would just say no small streamers allowed in conversations with big streamers. That's what I would say, because I'm not going to sit here and let some people get away with some things and others not, just because they've got a smaller platform. That's ridiculous to me.
I think if you only talked to big streamers, there would be a lot less abuse of power occurring on your stream.
Okay, I don't want to be
okay,
abused.
that is a solution, but I don't. Obviously, it would suck for me, but I think that's a good solution.
Okay, I disagree. I think that people, even of different sizes, should be allowed to talk to each other and disagree with each other and be mean to each other if they want to. And I shouldn't have to like say, well, hold on, stop. Now, I know that Lav called you an asshole, Abba, but you're way bigger than her, so you can't call her an asshole because you've got a bigger fan base. I would never be party to that conversation ever.
This is literally
Well,
the
what
record
if you just said
company
that neither
argument.
of them? What if you just said that neither of them should do it?
That's not. I don't want to run a daycare for streamers. That's not my goal. It's to say nobody can be mean to anybody. That's just not the style of conversation I do, I guess. People are kind of mean to each other sometimes. It just is what it is.
This is
it my turn to derail?
This is exploitative. Exploitative.
Instead of having a
who was that?
conversation that like
He's Stardust.
instead of having a conversation where you like prescribe something for Steven, I think that this should just be like an open-ended conversation where you're like, just a reminder of like, this is how I feel, and that's like all you can literally fucking do, which sucks.
Well, but he doesn't want to talk about just how he feels. He wants
No,
he would
I'll
like
talk
to
about
opt
how
for
I
a
feel.
change.
I feel like shit. I don't feel good about our professional relationship. I feel bad about it. I don't like how I'm being treated. I really don't like it.
How can he treat you better?
Well, he's already said how.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, like action points, I guess, to start.
Okay.
Like actionable things.
Actionable things. Stop saying bad things about me when I'm not there to even respond to it.
How does it make you feel when he does that?
It makes me feel misunderstood.
That's retarded. But
No,
go ahead.
no, Dan,
no.
stop. I think that this is important.
It makes me feel misunderstood, sad, and alone, and this anxiety that I'm watching the tide turn against me and there's nothing I can do. It is literally like 1984. It's literally 1984. I will have a conversation with you, and then after it's over, you'll just say that I said something that I didn't say, or you'll just say like, oh, you're doing the Max thing. Max plays word game. Like yesterday or 2 days ago, you were like, Max will say to somebody, he'll say something like, I'm gonna rape you, and then they'll get upset, and then
Max wasn't abusing his power by mistreating smaller streamers in the call. They're not. No, they're not. They're on Destiny's stream, and I would say, like, not by. The point you're making is that isn't he being a hypocrite? No. If he's mistreating the other streamers in the call, what Mr. Girl is saying is that Destiny should be the one correcting it.
and his fans will be like, oh, well, you didn't understand what he meant. I know you're joking. But
I'm not joking. You literally go that extreme. You say things that are so off the wall, and then you're quiet for like 30 seconds.
So
and then...
good. So, Steven,
Stardust, chill. This isn't the environment for you guys to resolve your personal differences, okay?
I think
what if
we're getting back into prescriptions.
Yes.
I think.
No,
I think.
I don't. What have I said? that is as extreme as I'm going to rape you.
What?
What have you said? I don't know if I can think of something right off the bat, but like earlier, the conversation.
Could
that
you think?
said,
No, take your time. This is a long form format, long form conversation. Take your time. I want you to take as long as you need to defend what you just said. I say things that are actually as extreme as saying to someone in a conversation, "I'm going to rape you."
What are things that you said? Did you not say in the Stardust conversation that you feel like you're raping her in the conversation?
I did say that.
Okay, I think that you use phrases and terms like that sometimes that are
That's
really
true.
extreme.
Do you think I feel like I'm raping you is as extreme as I'm going to rape you?
Okay, maybe it's not exactly the same, but
they're pretty different. They're pretty different.
You guys are getting a little stuck. You guys.
No, we're not stuck at all.
Okay,
No, we're making progress.
I want to get on
progress.
So let's make progress. Okay, so here's
bit.
what I'm saying. When you say something like that, I know you're making a joke. It's a slight exaggeration, but that done over and over and over
Destiny
again
yells
paints a picture
fucking
of
kills
me
my ears
as somebody that I am not. I don't know how to explain it. I was just watching myself in real time. My reputation and the audience's ability to understand and know me be destroyed.
Okay,
and I hate it. I really
that's fine, but you do it to yourself as well, right? Where you make an extreme statement, and then
that's my right. It's my right to make people confused about who I am. I don't like it when you do it though. It fucking sucks.
Okay, my brain won't be able to engage ever, and I think I'm the only person on the internet that would ever be able to. But if you can find other people, I can't do it. If you're gonna constantly say off the wall shit like Dr. K's engagement with Reckful is worse than raping Reckful, or saying that Britney was like a Nazi.
That's off the wall. I don't think it's off the wall.
Fine. Then I stand by everything that I just said earlier. Then
I think it's really pointed that you bring that up because what I'm saying is when you have a power differential with another person, there is an extreme amount of responsibility that I place on the person with more power. With Dr. K.
No,
and with Reckful,
that's what you just said now. That's what you just said now. It's an extreme power.
With Dr. K and Reckful, let me finish. With Dr. K and Reckful.
We don't need you to explain what you mean. We all know what you mean. I don't know why you want to waste time and re-explain what you meant. We all know it. I agree with what you're saying.
Because you are sneaking in something about me that's a fucking lie, and I want to clear it up.
I'm not.
I don't know why Destiny would say, "We all know what you mean," after they just disagreed about it.
Sneaking in anything that's a lie. I'm telling you what you
explain it.
We already know what it means. We agree. I agree. Okay.
Then let me explain what I think you're sneaking in.
Okay.
What you're sneaking in is that I didn't really mean that. What you're sneaking in is that I'm saying something in a crazy, zany way that I'm not sincerely actually saying.
That's not even true.
And that if pressed about it, I will back off of.
No,
so
that's not even what I've said. I've never. The characterization I give is that you'll say something like, "I'm going to rape you." And then you'll pause for a moment, and they'll be awkward, and then you'll be like, when I say rape, obviously the definition that I'm using is, I'm going to take advantage of this conversation. Or you'll say something completely off the wall, and then you'll give...
Yes, that's a walk back, but I haven't walked this back. I think what Dr. K did with Reckful is worse than rape.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just don't have the brain. Max Spencer, right? I just don't have a big enough brain to engage with topics, I guess. Okay. Sorry, my bad.
I think that you have a blind spot.
I don't know how Destiny can't understand that. I think it's pretty obvious what he means.
When it comes to responsibility.
Absolutely. You're so... Stop. Okay, hold on. No.
Then let me finish. No, let me finish. Let me finish what I'm saying. I think you have a blind spot when it comes to interpersonal responsibility when one person has more power than another person. I think you have a blind spot about Dr. K. I think you have a blind spot with you and your own orbiters. I think that you don't understand the amount of psychological devastation that you can cause in some of the same people who are defending you right now, who have been raked across the coals by you. I think that you, for some reason, will not actually sit and think about this, which is the same reason that you will not allow it to be done with Reckful and Dr. K. But I do think what Dr. K did to Reckful is worse than rape. I think he harmed him more than a rape would have harmed him. I think it's more egregious and more selfish than it is to literally actually rape someone.
I think a perfect example of this is the Anna situation.
I'm actually about to nuke you from orbit.
So, when watching this and I seen there's only one video left, I was like, is there, what is this other stream where Anna gets brought up? Because I'm missing it. I don't know where it's at. I thought there had to be something in between It is this one. Pardon me. Let's see. It doesn't have like a chapter title. Interesting.
Lav, this is one of the things where you are too young and actually stupid to even begin to comment on. If you do this, I'm gonna I will actually lose my shit. Please stop. I already saw your clips talking about it, and I will lose my fucking mind if you try to make an example of this. I'll actually lose it.
Okay.
I'm already losing. I already have lost it. Don't please, holy fucking shit, stop.
Okay.
Go ahead, Max.
I'm not gonna press. Wait, I'm not gonna.
I love you, Lav. I'm sorry. Sorry.
I'm not going to press you on that, but you do see like an extreme amount of resistance to certain criticisms, right? If you're saying you're going to stop, you're going to move it from. You're saying you're going to.
Let's do it. I changed my mind. Let's do it. Hold on. No, sorry. Hold on. I completely changed my mind. Lav, I give you permission. Go. Dude, no, go ahead. Go ahead. Bring it up. Let's do it. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, let's go ahead.
Before you respond, I don't want to have judoed you into having to listen to this.
No, I want to.
I don't remember this part.
I'm excited. Let's go.
But your first response to it was, "I'm going to cut ties with you if you press me on this."
Listen, he thought about it.
I thought about it. You're right. I was wrong.
It doesn't matter if.
So that's kind of weird. I feel like Mr. Girl should have respected that part. That is just Destiny having a boundary there. If you want to press me on this thing, then I'll cut ties with you. That is a boundary.
Doesn't matter what he said after he thought about it. I just want it to be acknowledged that when Lav says, "Hey, I think you mistreated this person really publicly, and I want to press you on it," his first response was, "I will cut ties with you."
I have the right to do that. I don't even know if Lav benefits that much from being on my platform. No, you're saying I don't. You're saying that as part of my response. You're playing the fucking word game again.
If Mr. Girl's saying that's bad because Destiny's saying he's open to criticism, like, you can totally have that boundary, but it also means you're probably not open to criticism.
You're so abusive with the way that you talk, okay? You're doing this double speak where you're like, you have the right to do it, but you're arguing that I ought not to do it, okay? You know what I mean when I say that. Stop trying to dance around the 3 or 4 different definitions you can describe a word at any point in the conversation. You're saying that I ought not to act in a certain way, and I'm saying I can't do that. And he's like, well, technically you can do that, but that's not what we're talking about. Hold on, stop. You're telling me that it is unethical for me to tell Lav that I don't want to have that conversation with her because it's an abuse of my power. Can you give me a yes or no to that? Or you can use a sentence, but explain what if I'm allowed to do that.
My question was, do you acknowledge?
I don't know why you're asking me a question. I'm asking you, is it ethical for me to tell Lav I don't want to talk about that, or I'm going to kick you off of here? Is that an ethical thing for me to do? Is that unethical? Answer that question.
I don't know.
Oh.
Can I explain?
Oh, I love
Can I explain?
Yes, do.
Can I explain?
Yes, explain it. I want to hear it.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, go. I'm sorry, because earlier it seemed like you implied exactly that, but go ahead.
I know. Let me explain myself, and maybe you'll understand.
Okay. Help me.
My question was, do you see that is a very defensive reaction? That was all I asked. And you said, but I have the right to do it.
What are you implying when you say defensive?
Wait, stop. I had nothing. I'm actually asking you.
You're not implying anything?
Let me finish explaining this to you, because I'm not trying to trick you. I'm not your fucking enemy. I'm not trying to tear you down. Let me explain this. This is nuanced and complicated, and I'm sure you'll be able to understand it if you just shut the fuck up for a second.
What are speed models?
When I asked you if you acknowledge that it's defensive, that's not me trying to say you being defensive is automatically disallowed or a bad idea. These are personal relationships that you have with all of us, and she's bringing up another personal relationship, and it is emotionally provocative for you, and there are genuinely good reasons that are non-abusive for you to be like, I don't want to fucking talk. I don't want you to bring this up. Stop bringing up all of my like past everything all at once. I don't want to do all this at the same time. If you want to have a separate conversation about that another time, we can blah 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 blah. But don't dogpile me. I think that's totally responsible.
That's great if that's what you would have said. But what you said after having a oh Jesus, we got it. You guys have to. You and Live need to figure out how to explain shit way faster. Okay, I don't want the.
Coop, you've been like my hero when it comes to answering my questions tonight. Fast, man.
52 sentences restating the same shit over and over and over again. That's one of the reasons why we're not
up and let me finish, motherfucker.
Circling. I've already gotten the gist of what you said. I understand what you're saying. But what you're not understanding is that when you say that, can you understand that you're getting defensive there?
It could be.
All those people talking at the same time gives me anxiety. It's a lot. It's a lot. I appreciate the help. I genuinely do.
Oh my god.
It could.
That's not the implication, dog. The implication is that I am abusive, that I don't understand these power dynamics, and that I'm leveraging my platform in order to abuse the people here. And when Lav tried to bring something up that she felt was a legitimate argument, and I said, no, I don't want to do that or I'm nuking you, you're going, Destiny, can you please just acknowledge that you literally exemplified my chief criticism of you? That is exactly what you do.
What I'm saying. That's not
okay,
what
can you acknowledge, okay, fine, then you're not saying that, Max, I agree with you. Can you acknowledge that 99.999% of people that would hear it would take it that way?
Yes, because you interrupted me before I could make my point. Yes, if you stop me from saying something and then you say something stupid.
Your point was you just wanted me to acknowledge it.
You replace what I'm saying with something stupid. Then yes, they're not going to understand what I'm saying.
You literally were saying, you said acknowledge it.
This is a complicated idea
go for it.
that a lot of people in your audience are too dumb to understand, and I need you to.
I understand where Destiny's coming from. However, one of the things that one of the ways that I explain Mr. Girl to people who don't know who he is, I'll often say that Mr. Girl will say something. Sometimes it sounds really bad. It might sound like something completely different than what he's going to say if you listen to him 50%. Sometimes even if you listen to 90% of what he says, it'll sound really, really bad. But if you listen to the whole thing that he says all the way through, he usually has a way of bringing it back around. And then it's not like the terrible thing you think he's saying. This is generally what I say to people who don't know who he is. Like if like he comes up for whatever reason, or if I say like I'm a fan of his or something. So if they ever go and like listen to anything and they hear like a part of something and it's really shocking, it's like, well, just keep listening and it's he'll likely resolve it for you. There's some people that are going to hear some of the stuff he says and it's not going to matter what he says after a certain like point. They're just going to be triggered and they're not going to care. But so I do think that there's probably something more to what Mr. Girl was trying to say, but this is a feature of Mr. Girl's speaking.
To let me flesh it out a little bit.
What is MH? Oh, okay.
There's no single instance that is going to exemplify police racism. We don't know why George Floyd was killed. We don't know what would have happened if he weren't black. There's no single instance that is going to exemplify an abusive dynamic. It is a constellation of occurrences and behaviors, and no single thing is going to prove anything. You're going to have a justifiable explanation for every single data point. But my point is, I just want to say, as far as we're talking about this, I want to bring up the question of, is it right for you to shoot down allegations of abuse by threatening to nuke people? I don't know if it is. I don't know the answer. But I just want you to be
there's
thinking
the
about
chance
it.
that
that was the word salad from the beginning that got clipped in like the preview. Which like Mr. Girl's usually pretty good at talking. Okay, so you kind of understand what Destiny's trying to explain about using extreme exaggerated language to make a point, then slowly unrolling it to much more reasonable. Yeah, of course. I've never not understood that. I like that. Do you think Mr. Girl doesn't understand that? Maybe. Maybe. I'm not sure. I think he probably does. But if I think that he doesn't do a good job of expressing that, at least. So at the very least, I understand why it would come off that way. But I wonder if I only understand that because, so this is something, Mr. Girl's refusing other frames right now. This is a hostile conversation. As you stated before to Drazi, he's not allowing Destiny to have a boundary here. Well, no. I kind of... Mr. Girl said you're allowed to, so I was like, okay, then that's cool. So I know I've talked about this a little bit before, but I don't know how many people here have heard me say this. So I think part of the reason why I don't mind that Mr. Girl does that is that I I speak interpersonally the way that Mr. Girl speaks publicly. And I have a really hard time, well, I still do, but I'm much better at it now, understanding other people when they talk, because people talk, people say things that they don't mean, and they also mean things that they don't say, like all of the time. And to me, it always feels like people are playing like some game with their words, and it's really overwhelming and confusing to me often. I describe it like, it feels like I just talked to Tuna Chip about this the other day, and he has the same feeling that I do, which is why him and I get along really well. It feels like everybody's playing this game, but I don't know what the rules to the game are. And when Mr. Girl talks, and I see people misunderstand him and stuff, I feel very, very sympathetic, because I understand exactly what he's saying, and seeing other people not understand. Oh, and sorry. And when I talk, I feel like people don't understand what I'm saying all the time, even though like I try really hard to come off clear. So when I see that happen and I understand what he's saying and other people don't, it makes me feel, I don't know. It makes me feel good. Like it's not just me. Totally fine with him behaving that way. I think him criticizing that as an invalid criticism because Destiny's audience is so large is a little gaslighty. Did he say that? Did he say that it's an invalid criticism? I think he just said, yeah, I understand. I don't talk to those peeps. Broski doodle. I don't know. Oh, that was this accent. I see. But I mean, if he said that it's an invalid criticism, because that's the audience is so large, that's dumb to say. Also, when Mr. Girl had all that word salad, I know, hearing that, I've never heard him say anything so. I've never heard him speak so poorly before. It just happened a minute ago. Like, but the point is, what I'm trying to ask is and like fumbled like that. I think that, for at least a little bit here, I have to imagine that he's like beyond his normal capacity of like stress and anxiety, just because of how his words are coming out. It's weird. He's definitely not talking well.
I have thought about it. Here's my thoughts. If somebody wants to discuss something that is private, personal, or uncomfortable to discuss, I think I have a right to say, I don't want to talk about that. I don't know how much more I need to think about that. Can you guide me in that conversation to where other answers could be? Well,
sorry, give me 1 sec. I gotta turn down the brightness on my monitor. That white being there is fucking brutal. I can't turn on dark mode for his word pad, so I gotta turn that down.
Destiny, no.
Oh shit.
Oh, in some cases, you are forced to sit there and endure what was arguably one of the most unbelievable arcs of your entire stream, and that's going to be right now. I want you to talk me through how else could that potentially have gone. Go ahead. I'll wait.
I think there's a few ways you could have approached that. One is you could say, listen, I understand if you think that I was abusive in that situation, but we're only hearing one abuse allegation at a time. All right? So if you want to talk about your feelings...
You didn't say you didn't want to talk, Destiny. You threatened to nuke her from orbit. Yeah, that's a fair criticism of that. It's everyone against Mr. Girl in this environment. Stressful. Yeah. Lav is the first person that no, it's not actually. When Cherry and Stardust first made their allegations, I didn't know what to believe. Felt like I couldn't believe anybody, because every time they talked, there was like a bunch of people jumping down their throat, and that was the first time I saw it, and I think Lav might have been the first person where I was able to form the words about it. I just don't think anybody can give like fully their own clear-headed and cohesive thoughts on something when you have a bunch of people like just ready to pounce on you like that. Although I will say that I think that Mr. Girl's better at it than maybe almost anybody that I've seen. Maybe Destiny might be better at it, to be honest. But I just don't think if I hear somebody give a take in like that in a situation that's like extremely dogpiley, I don't feel like I'm never gonna hold them to that. I'll let them completely 180 and give a completely different take on it in a more chill environment. It's because I think that especially when you're already sort of expected to respond quickly, adding that level of stress onto it, I think that sometimes people, like even myself, I've said things that like just like, oh, I didn't even know why I said that. That's way too much, or like, or not way too much. That's way too that's just like not what I think at all. I just think that if you're expected to respond quickly and you're under like immense amount of stress, I think sometimes you can just blurt out things that are fucking retarded that you would never agree with.
I know. I'm saying Steven could have said this to you. He could have said, if you want to talk about your feelings or Max's feelings, that's fine.
Yeah,
that's
but
all we're
I
doing
don't
right now.
I don't
Wait,
like
stop. Let me answer his question. So that's one way you can answer it. Another way you could answer it is you could say, if you think that this is an example of a broader pattern, let's stick to other things because I don't want to talk about that anymore. I'm done talking about. I don't want to talk about her when she's not here. I just don't want to get into it, especially because I'm worried that it's going to, actually affect her if we talk about it. There's a lot of ways for you to acknowledge the validity of her bringing it up, or just say you don't want to talk about it. You don't have to threaten to cut ties with her.
Okay, it's interesting that it seems like you're so excited and so happy to talk about people's boundaries and stuff in other circumstances. But if I want to draw a strong boundary here, like if you do this, I'm done completely. I'm not allowed to have that boundary because of the position that I've assumed as, I guess, the de facto like psychological rape victim because I'm all of your bosses that I never agreed to be. That's pretty insane to me, but okay.
Yeah, I think that the more guarded you are, or defensive, or boundary setting you are around people calling you out for what they perceive as bad behavior, then of course the more inherently abusive the relationship is.
The way that you just phrased that was I just went, just perfect. That was so beautifully done. Go ahead. I'm being sarcastic. It was just the way that you frame things is unreal. That the idea of like my position is there's an incredibly dramatic person that you've been involved in that's had 2 years of insane interactions with, and Lab wants to bring that up in the middle of this conversation, which we can talk about now if you want to say that, oh, well, if there's something that is uncomfortable for you to discuss and you get defensive about that, that could be an insight that you're actually the abuser in this relationship. The way that you phrased that was unbelievable, but okay.
What I'm saying is every time I try to call you out for anything, you get really defensive.
That's not true. I'll have a conversation with you about anything.
You're doing it right now.
No, it's over her bringing up another person's incredibly complex drama, and I've already heard her thoughts on it.
But when I said that just now, you could have been like, give me an example of me being defensive and guarded. But instead, you start screaming at me that it's not true.
Because you're implying that I'm being abusive by telling somebody I'm kicking them off if they do something, and then you're saying, well, I'm not implying that at all. There are other ways that you could have brought it up or whatever, when you absolutely are implying that.
No, what I said is the more guarded you are around criticisms, the more definitionally abusive the relationship is going to be. That's just how it is. If
that's not just how it is. You're giving, this is like abuser 101. If you're
I missed one of the words Mr. Girl said.
The more guarded you are around criticisms, the more definitionally abusive the relationship is going to be. That's just how it is. If
that's not just how it is. You're giving, this is like abuser 101. If you're trying to criticize somebody and they're being incredibly defensive about it, that's because they're in.
It's not definitionally the more abusive it's going to be, but it lends itself to abuse. Indefinitely more.
The wrong, and you have a right to have your criticism heard by that person, and if they're getting more upset about it or emotional about it, they're even more wrong about it. The more guarded a person is when you're trying to extend into their comfort zone, the more correct you are and the more incorrect they are. That's an unbelievable statement for you to make.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if you have power
that's
over
weird
people, the less feedback you hear from them, the more.
I don't know how that was Destiny's takeaway. That was weird. Just like totally off the wall to me.
What the fuck are you doing, Laugh?
Sorry.
If you have power over other people, the less criticism you're willing to hear from them, then the more abusive the relationship will be.
Okay, I think there are certain types of criticism that you don't necessarily have to hear from people, but okay, all right.
What's happening? The more abusive the relationship is likely to become. That's what Mr. Girl should be saying here, because what he's saying is not correct. The sentiment rings true, but it's not correct. I think that what I said is correct. Obviously, that's why I said it, but like I understand. I think that based on how he thinks, that like if you are guarded against criticism, then you are going to do things and people are going to criticize you. Like you're just automatically going to overstep bounds and do things that are criticizable, and then you're not going to do. So like I understand why he would say that, but it's not a guarantee. Like the words he's saying mean.
It's my turn.
No, Lav. What did you want to bring up? Go for it. Yeah.
So one thing I think that
Oh,
we're using like
shit.
big words like abuse, and I think that we should probably avoid that when we're talking amongst friends, because I think that you're both trying to.
Is
paint
that
each other-
Darius? I want to look. Okay. I'm gonna have to turn it down a bit when we get to Darius. I don't want my
Because,
ears to
like,
fucking bleed.
Somehow, or maybe not trying to, but what
I
you
think
are
it's
doing
important
is,
to
like,
call
painting
out-
the other
no.
person as an abuser.
I
And
disagree.
I just don't think that that's helpful, because when you put out a word like abuser, they're way less likely to take like even look at what Max is saying, and you're effectively doing like what Max is asking you not to do.
I don't think Steven is an abuser.
No, I don't think that you do.
I think
I
our
don't think
relationships
There
are
you go,
set up by
Portland.
the platforms in such a way that they're totally unregulated, and it's just there's going to be inherent abuses of power. I think
True.
Steven would have to work really hard
Yes.
to try to push against the
Yes.
inherently abusive
With
nature
great
of the
power
setup.
comes great responsibility. This is why I was going to bring up the Anna thing. I don't think that you
When I'm laughing and not pausing it, I'm laughing at chat that's not really like aimed at me. I'm not. So that's why I'm not reading it out loud.
did anything on purpose. I don't think that you abused Anna.
Hold on, actually,
Oh.
I'm gonna let you dive into this. I'm gonna let you stop. I'm gonna let you dive into this, Lab. But Lab, for the public
laughing at the
record,
stream.
can you confirm or deny? Have I had like personal conversations with you saying things that like, if you're comfortable talking about this or whatever, like if you want to chat about this, I'm not gonna hold anything against you. Blah 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 blah. We've had those explicit conversations, right? Or am I making that up?
What about? Wait, sorry, what?
Have we had explicit conversations offline where I've talked with you about like, if you're comfortable with being on my stream, like that's cool or whatever, or you don't have to come on and chat or blah blah blah? Have we had these conversations privately, or has that never come up before?
Of course, I know what I'm getting into when I'm entering your home.
Sure, okay, I just want to be clear. I'm not just like saying like, hey, come join this and see what happens. Like, we've explicitly talked about like, these are the pros, these are the cons, this is what happens. Like, I have these conversations. I'm pretty sure with Pixie, I think I've had that conversation too. I've explicitly generally had conversations with people. It's like, hey, sometimes the audience get rough, sometimes it's gonna happen. Like, if you do or don't want to talk about this, I'm not gonna hold this, blah, blah. I just want to be said that I do have these conversations offline with you.
Yes,
Go ahead.
I think that the problem is that you don't understand that your platform is like a magnet because of like the level of like fame and attention and all.
When are you going over the UK post office scandal? Is that a real thing? If so, that's really, really interesting. I'll look at it. If it's interesting, I will. Even if that's not a real suggestion, because that's funny. Is he trying to out the relationship like that was public at this point? Destiny and Anna's? Mr. Girl didn't know about it yet. I don't think anybody knew about it yet. Anna didn't talk to them and reveal that yet. I'm actually doing the post office OFC scandal now. Actually, that lies in the UK. Oh, interesting.
Also, like
Of
that
course
many
I
people
understand.
misunderstanding you and understanding you like becomes very addictive, and
Hold
it
on.
seems like you actually don't understand. Like, I think
No, stop. No, I'm going to say something. Hold on, stop, because this is my whole career. Of course I understand that. How could you even imply that I don't? Obviously, there's going to be a certain level of exposure that people like enjoy when they come onto platforms like this. But I mean, like, I can't do it. That's the responsibility of you to manage, unless I feel like somebody is engaging with it in an incredibly irresponsible manner. Like you're coming on and you're being self-destructive over and over and over.
Why is that? So many people in my chat are aware of this. This is crazy. Drop a great video about it. Yeah, shoot me the video. After this is over, I'm gonna grab some documents about polyamory to use in the debate tomorrow, which, by the way, it's 6 o'clock Eastern. But if it's, you can let me know if it's the kind of thing that I can listen to while I'm doing that, because you have my interest. It's such a goofy thing to hear that how can I not be interested in it?
over and over and over again. And I'm like, okay, well, this is probably not a healthy way for you to engage. But don't say that like, oh, I don't think you understand what it's like. Of course I understand. I've been doing this for 12 years.
Steven,
Go ahead.
You're misunderstanding me. I'm not saying. Listen, I understand that you're obviously in defense mode because I think that Max is going pretty hard on you.
I'm not in defense mode. I'm in super jovial mode.
No, you absolutely are.
Okay, stop. Then don't talk to me. If you think I'm too retarded because I'm in defense mode, then don't talk to me. I can't even hear you. I'm too defensive right now, Lab. I'm sorry. I'm too defensive. I can't understand what you're saying. Max can talk to me again if he wants.
I think that it is a normal human response to be defensive in this moment. I don't think you're overdoing it. I don't think it makes.
I'm not defensive. I've thought about these topics for years before either of you were either into doing any of this thing for them. So for both of you to come in and be like, I don't think you've ever even considered for a fact what the power differentials are. Like, obviously I have. I've thought about all of this a lot.
Steven, I know that you do. I think that, like I just said, I think that Max is going very hard on you. I think that he probably agreed that you do a lot to quell it.
Okay. Why are you ready? Hold on. Max is not even going very hard on me. I think most of what he's saying is reasonable. Max could probably be a lot meaner if he wanted to be. I don't think Max is going to be super hard. We're just having a heated discussion. And obviously he disagrees with some things I do. But Max is not like, I don't think Max is going to be super ultra hard on me.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. I'm just going to disagree with everything you say. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's right. Like, yeah, Matt, how does it feel, Lav? How does it feel, Lav? I hope it feels real bad. Yeah, good. If you start crying again, turn on your camera. I'm going to watch it, okay?
Jesus.
What the fuck is happening?
I love you guys.
Made Dan's day.
Sorry, you're saying something about abuse, Lav, and
I was saying
that he didn't think he abused.
She was saying okay. I think she was picking up off of what I was saying. Where I'm not trying to say that you're an abusive person or that you are an abuser. I'm saying that the relationship, the setup of the relationship is almost inherently abusive, and that you would have to fight really hard against it and put protections in place. And I don't feel, for myself, I don't feel those protections are being put in place. I feel like banning my fans and banning me from your subreddit was one pretty strong example.
Hold on, Mr. Girl, you're.
Well, I don't want to hold on. I want to finish what I'm saying, motherfucker.
I know, but Lav. You really got to finish on the Santa stuff because that's like a super that was a crazy thing to say. You think?
Did you hear what she said about her on stream?
No. Like, good Lav. I want you to flesh out your position right now. Don't feel fearful, but say what you mean.
I want to finish what I'm saying.
You will go next, Mr. Girl. Come on, you know you have 80% of this. Just wait.
What I was saying.
No, he takes it back. He takes it. Take it back, Steven.
I take it back.
I don't want to do this.
He took it back.
I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this.
Okay, let Mr. Girl finish. Go ahead.
All right, you better be quick. Go. This is not quick.
I think that when you play
Dan's an alcoholic. Is he?
With your mods and let them fucking smear me and ban me and silence me. I understand you're not doing that intentionally, but it comes off like you're like, well, I don't know what they're doing, blah blah blah. While they're fucking me, and that's one example. And then there's other stuff. Like what you saying that I would tell somebody I'm gonna rape them and then walk it back as like, oh, I was just saying an interesting idea when I was.
You've been so informative this stream that I just like it was worth asking to check, but I kind of already started to believe it.
Would never fucking do that. Feels like you are not.
I was joking that you should cover it, but funnily enough, it is some broad interest. The live stream questioning the CEOs is pretty good content, probably just a bit too niche though. Wait, the UK has a CEO of their public post office? Is the post office in the UK a private company? I would be shocked. They have universal healthcare, but their post office was managed by, well, I guess if they CEO, well, I mean, I guess it's a publicly traded company if they have a CEO, I think, right? Is that how that works? I don't know how corporation scale business works. Dan admits his addiction.
I understand why you're saying those things.
It's not
and
private.
Those things,
okay.
But it feels like you're not proactively trying to prevent harm from being done to me.
You know, it feels like, to me, like how the UK's government is structured, feels like there'd be like a minister of the post or something like that.
Feels like you're letting bad shit happen to me, and it hurts, and I'm mad, and I think it's wrong.
Okay, I have to go quickly. I'm just gonna give my final thought on this very quickly.
The scam seems
It
very
just seems
simple.
like you guys are trying to absolve your personal responsibility of what you say and like the impressions people are gonna have and like the reactions people are gonna have.
He's saying I said stuff I didn't say. That's not like I don't. It's not
No,
personal
but-
responsibility. If Steven's like Max says things like he tells people he's gonna rape them, and I'm like, well, I never said that. And he's like, yeah, okay, but basically, you
Not
did.
the exact
like, no,
same
that's not me
words,
trying to
but you
absolve
say-
myself of
Max,
responsibility
you
for stuff
say
I said. I didn't fucking
You
say
say
that.
extreme things that other people.
Okay, but you can't swap just because I said an extreme thing or thing you find extreme.
the thing is
Doesn't mean you
that
can
when you
swap it
say
out.
extreme
Doesn't mean you can
things-
swap it out for another thing that's also extreme and be
I'm
like,
not saying
yeah,
there's
they're
a
both
perfect-
pretty extreme. And basically,
no,
you would you do.
Yeah, I know public and private companies are different than government owned. I was saying a private company, but then I thought, well, it might be a public company if there's a CEO, so like publicly traded and all that. Unlike the USPS, Royal Mail isn't just for mail delivery. It also offers a wide range of other services like banking, foreign currency exchange, and travel insurance. The USPS, I feel like they used to do banking or something like that too, but that's also very interesting as well.
You haven't told anybody you'll rape them,
listen,
but you
Max-
basically did. You basically
No,
would.
you
would
talked
threaten
about
us.
rape.
Are you leaving,
scenario or
Pixie?
similar
Pixie,
enough.
this is not a I'm
okay.
leaving thing.
Oh,
Come on.
it's
Okay,
a
let me-
public corporation owned by the UK government. Huh. The United States really fucked our own post office over by limiting how much they could charge and things like that. It's been set up to fail,
Let me
essentially.
finish then. What I'm saying is that when you say extreme things or extreme sentences, those are prone for people misinterpreting them or for people not like understanding exactly
Mark my words, 10 years from now, we're going to have to send letters through Amazon.
what you said. And you have a
Sure.
responsibility
What the hell?
for the words that you say, and it just looks like both
I
you
do, but I
and
don't
Lav
have a
seem to be
responsibility for things
off-putting.
that
Hey, let me
Steven
finish.
makes
This is my
up
final
that I
sentence.
didn't
This is my
say.
final sentence, Max. Let me finish, and then you can go off. So you guys are trying to off-put that responsibility onto Steven because he has a bigger platform, and you're trying to make him responsible for the reactions that happen across his platform when you guys share responsibility too. When you guys say something extreme.
Doesn't his music sound like baseball music? It sounds like baseball music to me.
When you guys say something stupid, when you guys say whatever, yeah, like part of that responsibility of how people respond to that is onto you. And you can't just pretend that because Destiny has a bigger platform. Oh, now it's abusive if he's not doing a perfect job at regulating it. So that's it. That's all I wanted to say. I gotta go.
I don't think Steven making something up that I didn't say is
Hold
really
on,
me
bye,
calling.
bye.
It's kind of hard for me to hear them with him playing.
Hi, Pixie. Can we get
and me
we'll
calling
get
him
another
out for that. I don't think that's me saying he's not doing a perfect job at regulating it. I'm saying he literally just made something up that I didn't say.
Bye, Pixie. I hope that we're gonna get. Actually, we're gonna make sure that we get round 2 of you and Mind Waves. Me and the King here are gonna. We'll get that going soon. We just gotta get Mind Waves back in the fold. So
There's just
have a
something
good
I
one.
have to confess to real quick. Destiny, as your actual employee, that is actually employed by you. I feel so abused by
Stop.
Mr.
No way. Okay. That actually sounds like a fucking really bad situation.
You're not
Holy
contributing
shit.
anything positive to this. Stop. Leave. Bye. I hope your bees die.
Okay. Good. Now, Lav.
Wait, I want to acknowledge that that was
I-
like actually like a
No. Hold on.
that was
One
was
thing
good.
at a time.
I think
One-
that was that was nice.
My
that
God.
that you did that.
Did what?
I think it. Yeah,
Who?
I think that was actually very like responsible. I think that that's literally what Max is talking about, and I think that if you
This isn't even new? How have I not heard of this? Of all the things I wish Chud Logic would have covered.
make like little behaviors like that, I don't think Max is asking for like you to change your whole outlook, but I think that he's just like, I want to see
When I
some
watched him,
effort
he
that
might
you are
have.
like trying to protect me from being like a lol cow or all these things, because I think he also sees you as his friend, and so to some degree I think that he wants you to take responsibility for his, not his happiness, but for you to feel like you want to protect someone that you care about. I think is a very normal human feeling.
I hate to bring it back here because it feels like there's a little bit of dodging and whatnot, but we need to get back.
Alright, I need to stop reading about this. I'm like missing stuff that they're saying. I gotta rewind a bit. It's pretty fucked up It's gonna take up a lot
I
of
wanna
space
see
in my
some of
brain
that.
now.
I don't think it was nice that you did that.
Did what?
I think it.
It's like
Yeah.
I sell primarily Magic cards, and like if the post office is on some bullshit, it would ruin me. I have like I rely on the post office heavily, extremely heavily. So maybe that's why I and like when they don't do their job right, if something gets lost in the mail, or like one time, it said that something was delivered, and a customer like it's not here. I'm like, well, I can't do anything about that. Tracking supposed to be there, and then the company that I sell through still found in favor of them because eventually I stopped messaging them. Like I don't know, like you have to reach out, you have to figure it out on your end. There's nothing I can do here. Like I did everything correctly and I was out like $80. And that was rough. So I can't imagine that scale. That's fucking insane. I gotta find a documentary on it.
Yeah, I think that was actually very like responsible. I think that that's literally what Max is talking about. And I think that if you make like little behaviors like that, I don't think Max is asking for like you to change your whole outlook, but I think that he's just like, I want to see some effort that you are like trying to protect me from being like a lol cow or all these things, because I think he also sees you as his friend. And so to some degree, I think that he wants you to take responsibility for his, not his happiness, but for you to feel like you want to protect someone that you care about. I think is a very normal human feeling.
I hate to bring it back here because it feels like there's a little bit of dodging and whatnot, but we need to get back to your comments on how Steven handled this situation.
I know you love this.
Well, yeah, so do you want to avoid it? Because you talked about it on stream. If you don't want to talk about it again because you feel what you said was wrong and incorrect, you can say that and we can move on and say nothing else.
No, it's not that I feel it was like anecdotal in the moment, and it was going to be like, I don't think that, Steven, you realized like that it was going to become bigger than you immediately after.
I want to say this a couple minutes ago. I was playing tennis. The post office is a service, not something that needs to be profitable or financially viable. It should cost money to provide. That's just something we bristle at in the greater scheme of capitalism, but not every service and institution should be financially self-sustaining. The government should lose money on it. Kind of. Like, so I'd agree with you if our government had another way of, like I'm in favor of the government, like, having a way to make money that isn't just taking it from people. Like, so like if the government wanted to make the post office like way better, and make it for profit, and so that it could use some of that money instead of just taking it out of our pocket, I'd be pretty, like, instead of just taking less out of people's pockets, I'd be pretty in favor of that. However, I think with about what they provide, I don't know. That gets messy too because you have businesses that do it too, and I'm okay with businesses paying for their mail and stuff. I don't know. I think something like the post office is pretty tricky. There's a lot of layers to that. I'd probably have to talk to somebody about it, like back and forth to flesh out how I feel about it. I don't know if it's something that I could figure out on my own. Probably something I need to be able to like bounce ideas off of and like have them like accepted or rejected and hear them back and stuff. It's toughy. It's a toughie.
Public. But then it snowballs. And then now a year later, I'm getting hordes of people joining my stream from DGG trying to kick it up with me a year later, someone who was not involved whatsoever. Like, it becomes something that is so much bigger than you that you just like, you need to exert extra effort. And I know that sucks, but extra effort to make sure that it doesn't get to that point. Like, by explicitly being like,
thank you, Saxon.
Any mention of this in my platform or other people's platform, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear you guys be uncharitable to someone. Like, I don't know. I think that I think that you think that there are better ways that you could have handled that. I wasn't bringing that up as a gotcha, something that you haven't heard
I don't
before.
think there's a single thing I could have done differently. Wrong.
Okay.
That seems like an extreme statement.
Well, what do you think he did wrong, Lav? Like you said,
Okay,
like
I'm not. Whatever. It was like a small piece of anecdotal evidence. You've been building it up like it was going to be this like extra drama.
Okay, well,
piece.
this
The
is
problem.
like
wait, hold on, real quick. The
Go
problem that I had was you were on your stream last night saying like, "Oh, she's like a totally normal person."
No, I said that she was obviously triggered by something.
Hold
that
on. Did you
and
not say that she's just a normal?
I'm sorry, give me 1 minute. My feet are freezing cold. I need to put on some socks. I thought I had socks by me, but I don't. Wait, 10 seconds. Also, full disclosure for the whole post office thing, I also I don't even know if it would be biased or what. My uncle was a postmaster. He was like pretty high up in the chain. So I think that adds to my confusion and inability to have a well-formed opinion on it. Like I had a cookout at the post office before because my uncle was the postmaster at our local post office at one point, and that was pretty cool.
Person.
I'm mostly a big fan of the post
life,
office.
She is normal.
That's what is this, dude? You are a professional dancer.
sneaky is the term.
No, that's what I said. No, that's what I said. I think that she was triggered by you, and obviously she had a response that her mental illness would, exacerbate. But I think that
Like by literally saying that, now you've removed her from the pool of normal people by saying mental illness.
I don't think that that's true. I think everyone has neuroses, but
Do you think everyone is mentally ill?
in their own way.
What does it even mean?
Yes, I love it. Thank you, Lab. That's what I needed. Yes.
Wait, that's such a dodge.
No, it's not. It was so good. Oh, yes, I needed that. Thank God.
Okay.
Thank you, Lab.
No, I think, but you've got it. She's obviously not the worst. The worst moment that she's ever had is not her, right?
On my stream?
Yeah, like the craziest that she ever acted with you, and she was like crying or whatever. Like that is not how she goes day to day.
Just to be clear, you said that she was a good person and she was correct in her assumptions of what she said about Steve.
I never said those words ever.
Okay, we can pull up the clip.
Yeah, you can pull up the clip because I never said that she was correct in her assumptions about Steve.
Okay, give us 30 seconds. I'm muting. We're watching.
Wait. I'm gonna predict. I bet Lav said whatever she's saying she didn't say.
Please don't bring her up. She will go off again, Lav. I don't think she will. I think that Anna is actually very normal, and I think that Steven was a trigger for her. But I think she is a very great normal girl, and I don't like the way that you guys talk about her. How do I get terminally online girlfriend?
Oh, she didn't.
TikTok.
Yeah, you're right. You got me. Like what? I literally told you exactly
Destiny was
what
pretty
I said.
disappointed. I really did think that just because they had the.
What is the implication?
Okay. I just didn't think that they'd be willing to. Did Dan send that to him, or did Destiny pull it? I just didn't think he'd pull it up if he wasn't like confident. Now he's gonna fall back. And what do you think the implication was? Yeah. I just know that Lav's pretty good for that.
I don't understand how.
What the fuck implication? I said don't come into my stream talking shit about Anna.
Okay, hold on, Lav. Look at me.
No. I'm
Lav,
not gonna let you live this down.
No, I'm grabbing your face. I just want to have this one, just on this one
you're
thing.
grabbing my face?
Yes, just on this one thing. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
When you point to a conflict between two people and you say on one side, I think that person is incredibly normal. Steven just triggered her, but she's like super normal and great. What do you think is the implication there?
Trigger for her.
What does that mean?
Who
was in the wrong?
You were in the wrong.
That's not how I think. That's not how I think. That's how you think.
Can I explain it, Lav?
No, I just want. I want to know, what do most people think when they?
Oh
hear
man,
that?
we missed it. I want to go back. This is my favorite comment I've seen. In his chat, Destiny going full Mr. Girl mode.
No, I want to know, what do most people think when they hear that? What is the implication?
Appeal to most people? How the f do I know?
Okay, I just want you to say that what?
Drowsy, it's best if you see segments from the live stream questioning of the bosses that happened yesterday. Watch those clips and you'll understand the fascination. Last thing I'll say on it. Ethan, you can say anything you want on it. I don't mind. Also, if you have those clips because you've seen it and you know where to find it, I would be so grateful if you shared them. I don't know if you're in my Discord or not. Are you? I feel like maybe I see you on Twitter and I'm confused. But if you have a way to get me them clips, because you know where they're at, I would. I want to see them. I really do. And if not you, if anybody else wants to send me, you guys convinced me. Okay, I'm invested in the. I'm invested in the UK post office scandal now.
Well, you're on here saying, Destiny, you need to have the greatest responsibility in the world of mind controlling your whole audience and protecting every single person. And then when it comes to Lav on stream, it's like, how am I supposed to know how the anybody thinks? I'm not a human. How can you have both positions?
I'm sorry, that is like fully not what I fucking did.
That was
exactly.
That's what you just did.
And also to say that 11,000 people watching is different is the same thing as 200 people watching.
It is because you're making a comment about me, and that's gonna reverberate around my community.
The comment I made about you is just that you triggered her. Come the f on. That
If somebody triggered somebody else, where does the responsibility generally lie?
The triggy.
The trigger? Not that you didn't necessarily do it on purpose. I didn't say that it was malignant or that you did it with malintent. You obviously just did something that triggered her.
But he did something.
It could have been unbeknownst to you. That's how relationships work. We trigger.
Thank you, but no thank you, Saxon. I have chat replay on enabled, so if I want to see the chat, I can always go back to it. By the way, if you're here, like the stream, please. It's totally free. Doesn't cost you anything.
For each other.
But it was his fault. It was an action that he took that caused
it. Nobody's fault.
It was nobody's fault. Hallelujah.
This is why. Sorry, I had to say it. This is sneaky behavior. This is why.
Okay. I would like to say something. This is what I'm talking about. Where when there's interpersonal conflict, like with Stardust. Okay, I'm having a big fight with Stardust on my stream. Stardust is not defined as a crazy, mentally ill psychopath. There's no dog pile. There's no Stardust is like a terrible person. There's no she's an insane, crazy stalker who can't let this go. I don't talk about her that way, and my community doesn't talk about her.
Well, because I don't think Stardust acted that way. She definitely made a huge fucking mistake, and it was definitely cringe as and you're definitely right to call her on that, but
Stardust tweeted out a video of me exposing my stomach and then said it was my pubic hair and then blurred it so that you couldn't see what it was.
Yeah, that's really bad, but that's far different than 1 to 2 years of extra online accusations.
Okay,
I'm not saying I'm not absolving her.
I'm just saying that in the way I talk about people, in the way people are defined on my stream, there doesn't have to be a bad guy.
Okay, well, on my stream, when Anna, 1 week ago, was saying I sexually abused her, I'm gonna go ahead and say there's a bad guy there, okay? I think I might have the right to do that.
Yeah, well, Stardust a week ago was saying I sexually abused her, and I'm saying you don't have to do that.
That's...
What's a relational database? You know what? Sure, I'll take it. Sounds interesting. I'll check it out.
Great, and if Stardust said that about you after 2 years of stalking and harassing you, then I would say you probably could call that a kind of a crazy person.
I know, I could.
But you don't want to, that's fine. But that's your platform. That's what you can do on your platform.
I know. Okay, so we have different platforms. We already agree that my channel is different from yours.
Oh, I know what a relational database is.
The point I'm making is
I'm dumb.
trying to explain what Lav is saying to you. What Lav is saying is that there doesn't have to be an explanation that either you or Anna is a mentally ill, terrible person.
There kind of needs to be. Because if both sides are making strong claims, for you to sit in the middle, like...
Scroll in real life could be assassinated by someone because of his contribution of people believing he's actually a real pest. Yeah, that is scary.
Obviously delegitimizes one side more than
That's
the other.
why he's armed as a motherfucker.
I think you're thinking like content-wise.
No! I hate you. I hate you. You just said that.
When you said relational database, I don't know, my mind went somewhere else, and I was... I made myself unnecessarily confused.
I hate you, Lab. I need you to say you understand that I hate you. Stop! Okay. Lav, it is not I'm sorry, I don't hate you. It's not.
I don't. Okay,
It's not.
Steven,
Oh, no, it's not
I
about.
don't want to be the bad guy.
No, it's not about content. Okay, if let's say that there was a scenario where one person locked somebody in a fucking basement for 5 years and refused to feed them and beat the shit out of them every day, and then that person comes out and somebody's like, "What do you think about that situation?" You're like, "Man, you know, it was really complicated, and I think somebody just triggered the other one." But like, I wouldn't say that one person was the bad guy there. How do you think the person who was locked in the fucking basement would feel?
Did you lock Anna in a basement? I must have missed
I was locked in the basement of her psychosis. I might even still be there. I'm not entirely sure. I have to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Hold on one sec. I'll be back. Okay.
Lav, I think you should just bite the bullet and say that if there is a narrative that our general agreement that one person is crazy, and then you talk about the situation in an even-handed way, it's going to come across like you're saying that blame lies in both parties. If blame for the abusive interaction lies with both parties. Now, you might actually think that, and maybe you guys have to have like an argument about that. But I think Steven's saying that her behavior is so bad that to talk about it in a even-handed way is unfair to him. So I feel like
no, all the complexities of it. I didn't think it was that fucking deep.
Yeah. I mean, I think the way to push back against that is to just say like, I don't think she did lock you in a basement. I think it's more complicated than that. I'm not saying it's your fault or anybody's fault. I'm just saying that I think you participated more in the dynamic than you're owning right now.
I do feel that way.
I know.
I don't think that Steven is in the place right now where he's gonna like hear me say something like that, and I think he's gonna tell me that it's manipulative and sneaky, and I don't want to put myself in that trap.
You wonder if he really did feel that way? Even if, so I don't like the way that people online talk about like so like it's, how do I want to say this? It's super possible that even if Destiny like if he really sat down and was like honest with himself and was like, I don't feel that way. But without doing that, without having like really strong introspection about that, and just dealing with the negative ramifications of their relationship, publicly, I think it's really easy for somebody to feel something that doesn't really match their own interpretation of reality without like really going through it in like a deep personal level. So like he could feel like he was locked in the basement or whatever of her abuse, I think he said, while actually knowing but if he actually like sat down and like talked through it with himself or like somebody else about like how they're still sexting and like they have like a like non-public relationship at this point and all that like is a bit more complicated and nuanced than that. If he mostly feels the effects of what is public, it's pretty easy to convince yourself of that and like compartmentalize it. It can be pretty easy for him to like feel like that and then compartmentalize it when he's talking to her about it, or talking to her like about whatever, you know, them sexting and stuff and like them being like on good terms. I think people can hold contradictory ideas like that pretty easily by just not dealing with parts of it when they're engaging with the parts that they do like. So tough to say. But that kind of thing never really gets acknowledged by people that like examine things like in a personal relationship stuff
but I'm definitely gonna choose my battles. You got me. Oh no, from both sides. This is fucking horrible. I cannot win.
Wow, Lav.
Woman moment. I'm about to have.
Moment.
I'm about
Woman
to have.
moment.
Oh my
Woman
god,
moment.
Max.
Woman moment.
Oh my
No,
fucking god.
I'm just kidding.
Basement.
I'm just fucking with you, Lav.
I know you are, but the people.
I know, but
Thank you. I try to mute for you guys when I cough. And sometimes I forget to unmute, or sometimes I think I press the button and I don't. Yeah, Tuesday. I don't think that you need to speak like super responsibly about it or anything like that. When I'm saying like I don't like that people don't acknowledge this, I mean like people that talk about it on stream, people that are putting their ideas out there to other people. It seems like there's this like blind spot for the fact that people can have like really complex and nuanced feelings and interpretations of things. And people like to espouse how they know that people feel about something a lot, which sometimes is probably fair. But I just wish that there was some sort of acknowledgement of this like compartmentalization and like deeper layers of like how people like sometimes even like straight up lie to themselves about like what they're experiencing when they're dealing with things like that. But you're fine. You're in my chat. You can say whatever.
Hold on,
I know.
I need people watching.
I know. That's why I said that. I didn't say it for you. I said it for our some of our challenged audience members, so they can keep following along the conversation.
Acting so fucking autistic for what? For what?
Darius, chill.
It's like, how are you going to repeatedly
Can you guys still hear that? I turned down a good deal because Darius is screaming in my ears. These are really good headphones, like really good. I used to have the older version, and they were getting rough and like whistling in my ear, and I got these next generation ones from my good friend Henry for like $150, but they're like 400 new or some shit. But I don't want to. I can suffer a little bit of ear pain if you guys can't hear it at all.
repeatedly saying that it's not equivalent. You are constantly being autistic. Constantly. Stardust being autistic once is a completely different realm than you going on.
That chat, you know what? It's funny. The volume's low enough to where it shouldn't hurt my ears, but he just got that pitch, man. He got that banshee cry.
Every day I wake up and acting like a fucking spurg. Just shut the up. Stop defending her.
Who are you talking to?
Both of you. I don't even know how you're defending her. I don't know how you're defending this thought process. I generally don't fucking get it. I just don't get it.
Which thought process?
Labs.
Wait, what?
What thought process are you talking about?
When you're saying that it's not like when Stardust gets labeled as mentally ill or whatever for these autistic things, and Labs or Anna's getting labeled as mentally ill when it's like completely different. What? It's not like the same thing. Stardust fucks up, and it's like, okay, we fuck up. She says, "Oh, I'm sorry." She goes on to say, "I'm sorry." She makes cringe jokes because she's a cringer who gives a fuck. But then Lav goes on, and then Anna goes on her stream every day. I'm autistic. Look at me. I do this too. I go, I'm autistic. Guys, I'm autistic. And I do this repeatedly on repeat. So much. And I know what's happening. And sometimes I get upset. And sometimes I tweet about it. Sometimes I cry. Sometimes I get upset. Whatever. But at least I shut the fuck up. You know, I don't go on stream and try to defend myself. I don't act like a fucking spurg every fucking day. Just shut the fuck up.
Okay, you're saying that because the situation with Anna lasted so much longer, it's more fair to make a character assessment?
I mean, I guess, yeah, and it lasted longer. It repeated. It didn't just last longer. It repeated over and over.
So you're saying, therefore, it's more fair to make a character assessment about her than it would be to make a character assessment about Stardust?
Yes.
Okay, I think that's a fine argument, but I
but how did we not think of that at the start? That's what I'm saying. Like, how I'm retarded. I didn't graduate. I didn't graduate
because it's not really relevant to what I'm talking about. Here's the problem: the more mentally ill somebody is, the less you should be shitting on them on your stream over and over again.
So why the fuck are you laughing here?
So the problem with calling somebody mentally ill after a two years long protracted public interaction with them is that if you really think they're mentally ill, that actually takes more of the onus away from them and puts it on you as the responsible party with more power, and the person who's making it public and platforming it over and over.
Steven, let's.
This is honestly, the best criticism that anybody can really make. Like, this is like the most ironclad criticism about the whole Anna thing, to be honest. There's just really no way to argue against that in my opinion.
Fucking schizo retard come in here and talk about how she's getting raped by Discords every day. Nina or whatever. Steven lets anybody come on this fucking stream and talk. It's like it doesn't fucking matter.
Clearly,
Here's the
that's
thing.
true.
He just lets niggas talk. I don't think that should be going on. It's whatever it is, what it is. But listen, Steven will do the he wants. He let me yell at Melina. You know, I don't know why he let me do that, but he did. And it's
Okay.
one of the thing he does. Why can't we just accept that and move on?
So it sounds like you could understand why, if you're saying part of the thing you like about him is that he does things that could be portrayed as irresponsible, then you can understand why some of his friends would be calling him out on it.
Sure. But I mean, like, you came into this community and everyone came into this community with already that assumption. The reason why everybody's even here is because Steven's so easy to get on stream with and just start talking about whatever you want, because he just gives that off, because he's sitting there playing video games all day with no content, and he just lets people kind of just come on and chat.
Yeah, there's upsides to that and there's downsides to
Divorce.
it. I think one of the downsides is that once you're in the community, once you're part of the harem, then you start feeling like getting dogpiled repeatedly in this cycle, and like you can be self-referential and like acknowledge it and make jokes about it, but it's fucking terrible to watch your credibility tank every few weeks or every couple months, and have his finger on the scale making it tank, where he's banning people who defend you, banning people who like you, banning you from the ability to even communicate about it or talk about it in a way where his audience is going to hear it. Or you can come on, but like if you come on, the deck is so stacked against you when you're talking to him anyways. So like, yeah, you can come on, you can be on the show, but eventually your role will be solidified as some form of loser or retard after enough time goes on, and it sucks. And I don't like it, and I don't think it should be that way. So I'm complaining about it.
Yeah, take it up with forethought. I gotta go.
What is it? My turn now? Wait, did I do it?
No, it's Dario's. Well, I don't think is Steven even here.
No, he's in the bathroom.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you.
Oh, what's up?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, from a viewer perspective, do you understand that you're basically telling Steven to pull punches to the people he's talking to, and that fucking sucks?
Hey, I know, right, Emery? I see Emery. Let me check something. All right, cool. We did get some more likes on the stream. I don't have to ask.
As a viewer.
You can. Do you think I pull punches?
Yeah, I do think sometimes. I mean, you try to frame things in like an overly charitable way sometimes, and I think kind of the appeal of Steven is like why many people watch him is because we feel like he's gonna be like brutally honest with people. Like nobody wants to watch Steven talk to somebody who's clearly being stupid and then not saying that they're being stupid. Like that then just feels bad as a viewer.
I think there's probably a way to call people stupid in a short term or less meaningful way, but then I think if you're going to do that, you have to give people an ability to fight back. You have to not ban people from the subreddit if you're going to do that. And I think you have to you got to do other stuff to make it more fair if you're going to punch down. But he's not doing any of the other things that you would do to mitigate that either.
But isn't coming on the stream and talking your
not
case
sure who's
fighting back, right? Like I don't think Steven is gonna call people stupid, or at least I don't think the viewers are gonna like if Steven calls people stupid when they're not
but
being
he does
stupid,
he does so many things to make it impossible to do that. So like
get on stream and talk.
Yeah, you can get on stream and you can make noise with your mouth, but you can't actually get a thought out without somebody interrupting you or somebody derailing you. Then Steven derailing from the person who derailed you, or Steven himself saying, yeah, you said you would threaten to rape somebody, and then being like, oh, maybe you wouldn't threaten to rape somebody. I don't know. Let's watch the clip. And then you're like, well, the clip didn't say what you said it said. And he's like, well, it doesn't matter what it said. That doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. Just like an endless stream of evasive derailments, so that you never actually get to feel like the shit I want to talk to Steven about would probably take 20 minutes if we were off stream.
No. That's insane. Taking 20 minutes to have a conversation. That's actually
you should watch me have a conversation with somebody who's not actually trying to not understand what I'm saying, or who is not able to, and then I think you'll find that I'm actually.
So I'm putting up this poll. Tuna Chip suggested that I do this. But I don't know how I feel about it. So I figured I'd just do a poll.
Pretty. You know,
I think
I mean,
that's
it's only something no one's ever seen before, so I'm excited.
I think it's a fair point, Max, because I think a lot of the people in here just hate you, so it makes it hard. But
well, wait,
like,
hold on. For the people in here that fucking hate him, probably Ava. I think Dan 50-50 and Forethought for sure. But I think Lav is a strong Mr. Girl supporter. I don't hate Max.
Stardust and Cherry also were here.
I don't hate him. I'm equal.
Dan is an agent of chaos, so I think Dan is actually pro Max.
Okay, but Steven, we do acknowledge, Steven, that if we were not on stream, this conversation.
I think Dan liked Mr. Girl. I really do.
It should probably be a lot shorter and more concise.
Oh yeah, of course. But you joined when there were like 6 people in here, right?
I still think he picks Destiny.
Yeah, I think we both have. I mean, we're.
I think ultimately he would reject Mr. Girl if he thought that it would be harmful to Destiny, but I think that he liked him. Even though I know Big C disagrees, and he's more like way more of like a Destiny expert than I am, but I have a hard time separating that idea out of my mind.
We're not just talking to each other, obviously.
Sure. So. I have no problem with you joining, by the way, but I mean, obviously you came in with a ton of people here, and then to back up Lav in an argument, so of course it's gonna snowball into some crazy shit, right?
Yeah. First mistake.
Same mother cat dog bar?
Interesting. I know. Lav, I won't defend you, but I'm just going to say you're walking into a trap. Don't do it.
Stop. Forethought, leave. Go take care of your bees.
By the way, Max, if that's the solution you wanted, why didn't you just ask Steve? Like, would you say no to that, Steven? Like, if he said, hey, do you want to talk about this for like 15 minutes off stream?
Yeah, that's fine. I think Lav earlier asked if she wanted to talk off stream. I was like, yeah, sure.
No. I know.
Wait, so why don't you just do that? If that's what you wanted. I don't understand.
I think
because
there's two separate conversations that need to be had. There's a personal conversation that is to have obviously me and Steven or Max and Steven understand each other on a more personal level away from.
No, that's a real poll. Whenever Tuna Chip gives me whenever Tuna Chip says anything to me, or like gives me advice or anything, I take it seriously. He's a homie that I genuinely trust.
From everyone, and then there needs to be a public conversation, unfortunately, because now there's like a third beast, where I think that Max and I both feel like we need to be heard to some extent. Lay it all on the table, take it or leave it.
Yes, I feel like I'm getting dogpiled, and it's so hard to fight back against because the problem I have is that I have so little ability to write the narrative about who I am and what's happening and what role I'm playing because Steven has like 99% of the power. So I am trying to use my 1% to throw my little pebble in the river and say like, well, I stood up for myself. I tried.
Is it Steven you want to talk to, or is it his community? Right? Because like
it's both. It's both. I want the community to see how I am talking to him.
So then ask for a one-on-one conversation on stream. Or
yeah, I probably should have done that.
I mean, okay. Well, good luck.
I probably should do it. Steven, do you want to have a one-on-one conversation about this sometime?
Absolutely, whenever you want, buddy. I'm just waiting for. Well, right now I have to go do a Red Pill show real quick, and then I need to get off by 10 because I can't stay up for 12 fucking hours streaming every day. But yeah, anytime.
All right, I'll DM you. We can set it up.
Gotcha. Any other?
Just don't ruin the stream content, Max. That's all I'm asking.
How did Max ruin
I think
that
it's
maximum content.
He's saying that if you're ethical, then it will be less entertaining.
No. What I said was that it feels like what Max is saying is that he wants you to pull punches, Steven, and like from the people you're talking to, if they're being really dumb, then he wants you to not call them really dumb because you have like a responsibility. And I said that fucking sucks as a viewer. Like we don't want to see you beat around the bush.
There's probably a way to okay, what I think one thing that Steven that you do that's really devastating is you'll say, I'm ultra charitable to you. I'm being really charitable to you. I'm being really nice to you. You're a dumb fuck.
Also, when you say something like I'm being super charitable to you, there's an implication that engaging with you right now requires a large amount of charity, which is pretty dismissive. I do not believe the next conversation is going to be one-on-one, Shieldro.
I think the combination of, I think if there was an acknowledgement that you're like, no, I'm gonna fly off the handle, I say crazy shit that I don't mean, blah blah blah. But I think if you paint yourself as not mean and then you say something really mean, I think that it has the effect of making the mean thing.
You can delete it
like
if you want,
3 times as
Saxon.
hard.
Yeah, but if like the
I'm okay with that. The mean thing should hit 12 times as hard because you've gotten to the point where I'm being mean to you.
That's what we want to see.
If you've gotten to the point where I want to be mean, and I've been so nice, then good, you've earned it.
Okay. So I believe that it might be possible for him to engage in blood sports, Dario, and put measures in place that would counteract the negative psychological effects on the people he's playing with. But I don't feel like any of those are in place right now.
I feel like I watched Steven content for a while, and I feel like that's like an implicit thing. Like when you come on his stream and you have like heated debates with him, like if he thinks you're being really dumb, he's gonna call you dumb, and everybody understands that's what happens,
Yeah.
right? So like,
Sure, we can all understand something's happening, and I can still say, well, I think that the way he's doing this is bad for people, and that it should change a little.
oh, sure, but it sounds like so maybe to use an analogy, right? You're saying if you want to do the Walmart thing, you're saying, well, you're coming to work at Walmart and you're a vegan. And then you're telling them, hey, stop selling meat because I think selling meat is immoral. And they're like, well, this fucking Walmart. the point is like that's what people come here for.
No, a better analogy would say if you told Walmart, I think you should stop selling meat, not like demanding it. It is true Destiny would basically let anyone come on to talk and make people dream they themselves could eventually too, making everyone more engaged in the content. Nah, it's probably mainly ego.
Before, like
it could be. I don't think I don't think I'm asking for that extreme of a change.
So I think in theory I agree with a lot of what you say about like being ethical and stuff, but I feel like especially in this case with Lav, which was what sprung all of this on, I feel like that's I feel like that's pretty extreme what you're asking. I feel like everybody who was, but I feel like everybody who's watching the content.
I feel like I barely understand who Dario is. Can anybody tell me why Dario what's known about him? Like why? I don't know. Is there anything to know about this guy?
Is feeling that she is being very dumb and like inconsistent in her views,
that's because he is defining her that way. He doesn't have to do
that is absolutely not true. But go ahead, carry
That's
on.
what I believe.
You're
That's
wrong.
what I believe.
If that's the case, then why is it that me saying she wasn't dumb for months didn't move my community on it? Here's what happened. For over a month, people are like, Lav is dumb, and I'm like, no, she's not. And then one time I call her dumb bitch, and they still say Lav is dumb, and you're like, that's your fault, Destiny. How does that make any sense?
I think the whole thing was your fault.
Okay.
Why?
Because
Who's that?
I think that Steven is defined as the winner of almost every debate and discussion.
Because it's my stream, of course. And on your stream, people are going to define you as the winner. And okay, sorry. Go.
I know. I understand that. Well, no, that's not true. On my stream, people don't define me as the winner.
Okay, then on my stream, that's not true either because there's times when my community vehemently disagrees.
I mean, no. I don't know of any creator whose community just like relentlessly takes other people's side over his than mrgirl. Like every guest. People are like, you shouldn't have said that to your guest. Like, I don't know. It's pretty.
With me, so
it's pretty not like that.
Okay, so I think there's a way to do that doesn't throw the other person under the bus. But I think the way you.
But I think it's also pretty hard for mrgirl to explain that and not come across as disingenuous because like I feel like it's hard to believe.
You do it, or the way your community does it, the way you debate people. I can't define exactly what's happening, but or maybe it's just a thing where you're not proactive about steel manning enough. But I think you can communicate to your community that Lav is dumb without actually explicitly ever saying it.
He did not get owned by that turf.
Because I disagree with her.
Although that was the turf's strongest soldier for sure.
Because I've said explicitly multiple times that I don't think she's dumb. And I've snapped at people for saying she is dumb. And not only that, because fuck that. Because honestly, if somebody, I don't care what you said. How have you treated her? I have had her on the stream multiple times to have in-depth, fleshed-out conversations about what she believes, why she believes the things she believes. And I've explicitly told her, I think these are the problems people have. I do not treat her ever like a stupid person. There are people that I deal with that I treat like stupid people, and she is not one. Like, if you ask my community what my opinion is of Lab, they're either going to say he's a simp or, well, he has a lot of respect for her, I guess, because she's a developing person. No one is going to say, oh, Destiny thinks that she's really fucking stupid. That doesn't make any sense. None of my behavior and none of my words have sold that, ever.
Okay, well, I just disagree with you. I think you own a lot of your community's vitriol.
Destiny, so you can't explicitly call Lab dumb, but Mr. Girl needs the explicit term of Nazi. To Fuentes, this is a bad argument. That's from his chat.
Oh, okay.
And me.
That's surprising.
I don't think I've ever disagreed ever with a statement in my entire life, but.
Yeah, and I think the way I'm portrayed in your community is you've signaled to your community that that's how they should view me.
So, am I just not allowed to share my views of anybody or anything? Like, because if I say something, I imply it, and then it's not good. If people don't like somebody because I've implied something about them that I've said that because of how I view somebody, or
no, I think it's more subtle and complicated than that. I don't think it's that you shouldn't say anything bad about anybody ever, or criticize anybody.
Oh,
I mean,
you know what? Now that this video is getting close to the end here, I think that so the next video might not be the last one. Because I don't think that the bridge burning video is where they just like disagree and Mr. Chris says, okay, I can't stream with you anymore. That's not like the nuke. That's like it's like a breakup, but it's not the Destiny finding out about the report. That's when I had people messaging me and I was spending time with my wife and our ex. And I was like, oh God. I have to look at this later. I can't engage with anything on my phone right now because people are blowing me up. So there might be a little bit more content that I didn't think was part of this now that I think of it. I'll check. I don't think that's all in the same stream.
If I think that the way that you, so here's something I believe. I think that the way that you and Lav conduct conversations, I think resembles a lot of abuse or is abusive. If that's something that I believe, should I just never share that opinion or imply that at all? Is that just something I should never do?
No, you just asked me that. That's not what I'm saying. I think if you're going to say bad things about people, you should give them more leeway to push back. I'm banned from your I'm banned from your sub, and anybody
who cares about the sub?
Any
of you are allowed
I do. Wait, stop. I care about it. Okay. Stop. Don't tell me who cares about the sub. You read it. I read it. Everybody we all read it. I care about it.
I don't.
I am banned from being able to defend myself. So if you want, you've
very,
got 99%
very
of all the sway. You have all the power. You get to pummel me, punching down, and then tie my fucking hands behind my back.
I pretty much exclusively look at the Destiny subreddit if something happened, and like if I'm aware that something happened, but I'm like only just aware that it happened, and I have like nobody's giving me any like more context. If I'm trying to dig for something to get more context, like I think when the divorce happened, I went to a subreddit to try to figure out like what the fuck's going on, like things like that. I'll go on the subreddit for it, but otherwise, it's not really a thing for me.
Back and put duct tape over my mouth to boot. And still, in my last final moments, I'm still getting fucking posts with 700 upvotes. That's how fucking good I am at arguing. That's how good I am at challenging you. That I'm able to fucking fight back even when the odds are stacked against me that much, and you still have to fucking put duct tape over my mouth and cut my throat.
Maybe it's just that a lot of my
put duct tape over his mouth and cut what?
That I'm able to fucking fight back even when the odds are stacked against me that much, and you still have to fucking put duct tape over my mouth and cut my throat.
Or maybe it's just that a lot of my
community
disagrees on some things anyway, and it's not actually the massive circle jerk that you think it is.
Dude, you banned me and you banned all my fans. That's
after you declared war on us, and they were astroturfing the fuck out of the sub. Yes.
I can't astroturf your sub. All my fans are just your fans.
But it's my sub. When you guys treat the sub as your own and present it as opinions of like, oh, these are just like it feels a little bit like astroturfing, of course. And then when you're dictating to me how I want to moderate it, like so that it maximizes your community's involvement to defend you in my subreddit.
No.
Yeah, of course that's how it feels.
No, it's not because I don't want to maximize my involvement. I want you to not fucking drag me across the coals and not let me respond.
Thank you for your votes.
You get to
I don't drag you across the. If I was like making Reddit posts shitting on you constantly, I can understand that. But like,
you don't have to. You just say whatever you want about me, and then all of your fucking fans will make 5,000 posts repeating what you said. You know, somebody. This is how I know. This is how I know that your community has lost its mind. Somebody made a post the other day that said, "Does anybody else think Mr. Girl's water jar is cringe?" That's how far it's gone.
It's like it's such a low bar.
That's how I know. That's how far it's gone. You guys are lost. But yeah, it's totally
Yeah, I know it was it was a fortified decision, but it doesn't mean it'll never happen. But it means I'm not gonna do it right now. I just want to see what other people the people that are watching think. Because I do still have stuff. I have stuff that's planned and all that. Also, there's kind of a red flag for the idea. Because he got the idea from President Sunday. But I do think that in essence, I don't hate the idea, because if people really hate what I'm doing, but I also want to like maintain control over what I'm doing, it's sort of like a good middle ground of not letting the viewers dictate what I'm like. Basically, it gives people an input without being able to bully me into doing what I want.
Duplicitous and bullshit for you to sit there and be like, no, we can all just roll in the mud together, except you don't get to speak in the only forum where you can actually have any like effective pushback. If you're gonna define me as your autistic, retarded little brother that needs you to translate for me every time
Yeah, pro is for that idea someone can get video looked at. Con for that is if their video sucks. Yeah, they could bully me with their dollars. That's a way that I don't mind being bullied. There's definitely an offset there. Who does it? Irrelevant has it to where somebody can pay him to put something on, but then somebody can also, if they hate it, they can pay him to shut it off, which I have mixed feelings about. That would really suck to donate to get something watched, and then somebody out-donos you and gets it shut off.
And lost and narcissistic to
That'd
be able
be brutal.
to understand how anybody else is thinking or feeling ever. Don't you think it would be fair for you to at least let me fucking defend myself a little bit?
Well, the water jump.
Like,
that makes sense.
There's huge amplification.
Hold on, I need you to add addendums to defend yourself on the sub, because I let you come on a stream and talk about anything you ever want ever at all points in time, always. So don't be like you never let me defend. I just know you just got banned from the sub. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you let me defend myself on stream, but stream is difficult because you are in control of the flow of the conversation usually, or there's other people defending you or running interference for you. So on stream, it's not really.
That's not true. What you just said was wrong. First
You're interrupting me like right now.
Yeah, of course I am, because you just lied. Sorry, go ahead and finish, and then I'll.
Okay, yeah, but I don't think I'm lying, and you think I am. Guess who the
I
audience
don't
is
like
gonna agree
that. He gets to scream, "You lied," and then says, "Go ahead and finish." Like, you're kind of telling people what to think about that already.
There is a fact of the matter. We have had one-on-one conversations, but where no one is running defense. So that is not true, number one. And number two, I don't direct the conversation when it's a one-on-one conversation. We go wherever you want to go. Like, it literally happens.
It doesn't feel like it. It feels
During the
like-
Nazi
feels like
conversation, did it feel like I was in control for both of those Okay.
During the Nazi conversation, I felt were pretty evasive, and you're just with the nature
Evasive
of your
because you
platform-
disagreed with me, just to be clear.
No, evasive because you were not answering my fucking questions. Like evasive.
True.
evasive.
We went
Like,
over
they
that.
were-
You did not answer
evasive.
many
But
questions.
there's an imbalance because it's your stream and your audience. So when you're evasive,
Destiny wrote them down and claimed that he answered them, but he wrote them down and then did not answer them. That to me is got to be one of the most egregious things I've ever seen Destiny do. I was like pretty shocked when he said, "I did answer. I wrote them down." That was really wild to me.
It doesn't. Nothing happens. You get to just kind of like, and if I call you out on it, then I'm looping. But if I'm evasive and you call me out on it, then I was being evasive and you were being like smart. So it's not. It's like, yes, I get to push back on stream, but there ain't nothing like a blank page, just me and my keys and the blank page, and being able to just say what I want without you reframing it in the middle of me saying it, or you changing the subject, me having to chase you down a fucking rabbit hole of whatever, anything that I feel is happening. None of that shit happens. So like, yeah, I think if you're gonna talk shit about me and call me a Mr. Gaslighter, whatever the fuck, I think that I should be able to defend myself unimpeded on the subreddit.
Recently, in one of his recent streams, God damn it, I said recently twice. Somebody called him Mr. Jew. I thought that was pretty funny.
To do this show that I agreed to do 30 minutes ago. So.
What is the show?
It's some fucking show with Alex about red pill dating shit.
Fuck it.
I wasn't there yesterday because I was out of town. It's already fucking.
Why do you commit to this cringe shit? Who's on it?
I didn't know I was gonna be doing the Avengers for the 5th Infinity War tonight again.
Well, that's what you get when Papa Bear is back in town. You should have known. Oh, real quick, Mr. Girl, your post about saying that you were right about him and normalizing Mick. Do you believe you were right and that was correct and he did that and that, all that stuff there? Like more. There was pushback in that thread. How do you feel about that?
Pushback against Steven?
Your thread, but yeah, well, no, against you, saying that you're wrong and you're delusional on that thread. Because I think there's a lot of contention with that thread specifically. Yeah, how do you feel about that thread in general?
I think. What do you mean? That's great. If you disagree with me, then you can respond. I think that's fine. What are you asking me?
I'm trying to think of the best way to put it, I guess.
Why am I banned from your subreddit?
Because you threatened to delete our subreddit by contacting Reddit admins.
They contacted me.
It doesn't matter. You publicly made a threat, and so if you threaten the existence of the subreddit or do anything to try to destroy my career or my ability to speak on any platform, you get banned from the subreddit.
I can't even defend myself. I'm not even a content creator. I don't even have a platform.
You can defend yourself, but if you threaten the existence, if you make an existential threat to get me deplatformed, then obviously you're banned because we don't want you coming in and stirring up shit and then using people's responses to you to get me fucking deplatformed.
I just thought you stood for free speech.
I do. That's why you're banned, because you don't. And you're threatening the platform.
So much for the tolerant left.
I mean, I was totally tolerant of you or anybody who agrees with you coming in and talking whatever shit you want. But if you're going to go on Steven's stream and threaten to get me banned, then yeah, we have to ban you. But no, you were not banned in retaliation for you banning me. You until then, as I told you in the subreddit, you're more than welcome to come, say whatever you want. But yeah.
Oh, by the way, in terms of future content, for better or worse, I have a Nintendo Switch coming on Sunday. It was supposed to be Saturday, got delayed by a day. I'm gonna play Super Mario Maker 2 on stream like I used to a long time ago. I'll still probably be doing other stuff at the same time, but that's gonna happen. I'm sorry if you don't like that.
If you're gonna threaten to get me deplatformed, then like
I'm like a junkie for super expert levels on Super Mario Maker.
As I think if I threaten to get your subreddit deleted, you should ban me. I think that would be totally fair.
You ever imagine yourself doing that?
Calling for me to be fired, like that's.
I haven't played it in over a year, and I need to check on my world records and reclaim them.
Fine though, right?
Well, calling for you to be, I said you should either be fired or been given different marching orders. That's not deleting Steven's subreddit. That's just.
Oh, I see. That's so nuanced. So. I was posing an existential threat.
It's very simple.
And you are just saying, hey, he could be giving new marching orders, but he should be fucking fired. I see now. I see.
Yes, I think you shouldn't do what you're doing, and I think.
No, I genuinely do feel bad if people don't want to see it. I feel like people that are here for this kind of thing that have no interest in that, it's probably a pretty big bummer. And I do appreciate people coming by and watch the stream. So, yeah, I am sorry. If you actually love a cat dog bark, that's awesome.
But I don't think it's really your fault. I think Steven is enabling you and hiding behind your whatever the fuck you're doing.
All right, I'm
So
gonna.
I don't really have a personal issue with you,
Mr. Girl.
Yeah.
You want something from someone, and that person's aware of that, which is Steven right now. He's not giving it to you. Correct?
Yes.
No, I think he's going to think about it, but so far, no.
I feel like you should use this information to your benefit, and then like figure out. I don't know. Make assumptions off this. Like sometimes, like not that this is happening here, but there's a statement I kind of live by in business, and it's like if you give someone the opportunity, if someone fucks you in a small way, they're only getting ready to fuck you in a big way if you give them the opportunity. True. You feel super passionate about this issue. I feel like if you make your point and if he doesn't agree with it, he just doesn't agree with it. I'm not sure it goes to a stronger level than that. But I don't know, are we going to be here forever? Or what do you think the next step of this
What's Stan
is?
implying here?
I guess
for us to have a pretty blunt face-to-face, one-on-one, not face-to-face, but one-on-one conversation.
Do you feel that you'll be able to convince Steven to unban you from the Discord, or not the Discord, the Reddit? Sorry.
I don't think it's not. I think if I asked him to unban me, he'd probably just say yes. I don't think it's about.
I think right now that's not the case. I think you could try it.
Well, I don't know. I've never asked him.
It's probably gonna get abandoned a day or two. Like I'm keeping him permaban. Obviously, I didn't even.
Yeah. It's not. It's the argument is not about whether he is going to unban me. I think if I DM'd him and I was like, dude, like, will you please unban me? He would probably just do it. The question, it's a principled stand. I'm saying you should unban me because of the ethical implications around it, and I'm willing to stay banned as long as you.
I thought Dan was going to say something.
So
when you say his treatment of it's basically the treatment of orbiters essentially. Like
more interesting.
Orbiters are free content.
I was listening
and
intently.
He should be more responsible for the people in the stream. And when people are kind of going crazy, not only I don't want to summarize everything you said. Do you think you're going to be able to get him to come around to that view, or are we just kicking the fucking ball down the street a little bit here for another future escalation? Because that's really the big thing.
I don't think Steven is going to make some grand gesture of capitulation or make some announcement of like, from now on, here's how it's going to be. But I think it is the most likely outcome is he will probably think about what I'm saying and either make small conscious or unconscious changes to how he treats orbiters or thinks about it down the line, or at least with me. I think it's unlikely that it will have no impact, but I don't know how much impact.
You know, Whoa! Hold up, Mr. Girl.
Up,
we
man?
got the original Mr. Moisture in the house. What is up, Sir Orbiter Supreme himself? You know.
Yes. I've been away for a bit.
That's true. Where have you been?
Where'd you guys go last night? What food place?
Pizza.
Oh, Domino's?
Domino's. Oh, you think so poorly of me.
Well, I know times are tough for you, Dan.
No, they're not. They're fine.
Oh, business is a booming?
Yeah, business is booming.
Business is a booming.
I get good pizza. But, you know, in general, things are fine. Had a long talk with Steve about, you know, just all the stress and drama in his life and all the craziness and
I hear
whatnot.
he's playing the piano right now.
Yeah, and
That's
he
nice.
just
just kind of hanging out, just chilling. What are you doing awake right now? Isn't it bedtime for you?
It's 9 a.m. Or it's 9 p.m.
Yeah, isn't that bedtime for you?
I'm an old man now,
It's the same
Steve.
time for us, actually.
What do you mean?
Same coast. Well,
I gotta.
Mr. Girl.
Is this over yet? Did you?
What are you here
won?
for? No one
I don't know.
won.
I just heard everyone's freaking out. I want to know who won.
No one won.
Oh,
we're all
I
losers.
won.
You know my Jewish grandfather
Dan did
used to
win.
say to me, Dan.
What?
When I try to open a door and it's locked, I try another door. He would say that to me to try to get me to quit screenwriting.
When I try to open a door and if it's locked, I'll try another one.
Yeah, he's saying like, you know, if you're getting a lot of resistance, you should just go do something.
Find a different
else.
door.
You need to work on your Jewish accent. Is that the best one you got?
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Dan, your Jewish accent is a Russian.
Here, do yours,
No,
Dan, do yours.
mine is way
Go ahead,
better.
go
First
ahead,
off,
go
his
ahead.
sounds just like a dead and diseased.
Tell us what your grandpa told you, Dan. Go.
Then you go to find a door and it's
That
closed.
is Russian.
You find another one. That's a good Jewish accent.
All right, that's acceptable. Do Japanese now, Dan.
No, that's not how my grandfather.
That sounds Russian Jewish
My
hybrid.
grandfather grew up in the Bronx. He didn't talk like that.
Yeah. Why would you assume that people talk the same way? Okay, I need to go do my thing because I hate my life.
Where are you going?
Guys. What?
Where
I
you
think
going?
I was trying to do a podcast for 45 minutes
I
ago.
love you too.
Oh, okay.
I'll DM you.
I love you all. I love
stuff,
everybody in here.
Everything seems so chill. At the end of this, it seemed like everybody was doing just fine. Okay, so now we're through that part. It's weird hearing all that over again. It is weird to think that so shortly after this it just all ends. So now find some research. About polyamory. Because I think that Counterpoints is going to ask me to prove some stuff, and I want to be able to prove it. Desire, familiarity, engagement in polyamory results from national sample. Okay. I don't need to know how many people are. It's going to be tougher than I thought. Ooh. A scoping review of research on polyamory and consensual non-monogamy implications for a more inclusive family science. Abstract: polyamory and consensual non-monogamy for the partnerships in which individuals have romantic, emotional, and/or sexual relations with multiple people with the knowledge and consent of everyone involved. Recent decades have seen a surge in research interest in polyamory and CNM, warranting efforts to pause and take stock of empirical findings. The scoping review, we evaluate and synthesize 209 research studies about polyamory and CNM, paying particular attention to trends in research designs, theoretical application, and substantive findings. Researchers have focused broadly on A, outcomes, B, attitudes and perceptions. I don't know what this word is.
Antecedent.
A thing or event that existed before or logically presides the other. Okay. Antecedents of CNM. Oh, like what leads to it. Relational process, identity development, polyamorous family and parenting, politics and discourse. We synthesize research findings within each domain, identify gaps in literature, and discuss challenges and opportunities we see in advancing research on polyamory and CNM. I wonder why they differentiate it. Let's see here. Our analysis revealed that the literature on polyamory and CNM has seen a marked growth over the past several decades. We identified 10 articles published in the 1970s, 3 in the 1980s, no articles in the 90s. However, there was a considerable surge in research activity on CNM around the turn of the century. 12 articles published between 2000 and 2009. 94 articles were published between 2010 and 2019. In the first few years of this decade, 2020 to 2023, and an additional 90 articles were published. Wow. Most of the studies were concluded in North America. Others were conducted in Europe, Australia, New Zealand, Asia, South America. A few studies and participants from multiple continents. Okay. Articles on polyamory and CNM were published in 78 journals across academic disciplines. Okay, are you gonna show me any of the stuff? It was the calming influence of Destiny's piano. Here we are. Relational outcomes. Compared to people in monogamous relationships, people in polyamorous relationships were as satisfied or more satisfied in their relationships. Who would have thought? Were as committed or more committed to their relationships. In the relationships were more satisfied with the nature of communication and openness in the relationships. Polyamorous people and those in open marriages reported less jealousy and greater feelings of compassion. How about that? With respect to, whenever I look up studies, I always get words that I don't know. Extra dialic, a wide range of behaviors occurring outside of a committed relationship. Okay. I should know that word. To extra, you know what? Now I need pronunciation. Okay, I get just extra in front of it. Oh, YouTube.
Dyadic.
Dyadic, okay. Thank you. Extra dyadic involvement of their partners compared to monogamous people. Sample of older adults, 55 plus, who engaged in CNM reported being significantly happier than a general population sample of older adults. In contrast, 2 studies found that people in CNM relationships reported lower levels of happiness than those in monogamous relationships. And lower levels of romantic satisfaction. Let's see. It doesn't say what the as a sampling and then 2 studies. Okay. Internalized CNM negativity and CNM related minority stress was associated with lower relationship satisfaction in concurrent CNM relationships and a greater self-reported depression and anxiety. Okay, so might not be as good if you're old. Relational outcomes are also compared across different forms of CNM relationships. For example, when hierarchical partnerships, having a primary partner who's prioritized relative to secondary or tertiary partners, and non-hierarchical partnerships, having multiple partners on equal levels of significance, were compared. Greater relationship satisfaction was reported in non-hierarchical relationships, yeah. And within hierarchical relationships, greater relationship satisfaction was found with primary partners. When comparing open relationships, threesome agreements, swinging, and polyamorous relationships, findings were mixed. Hosking found that open relationships were as committed and intimate as threesome agreements. I wonder what threesome agreements mean. I think they mean like thruples. I just think they're not gonna say like thruple or triad. I don't think they mean a threesome sex agreement. While Connolly and Piemonte reported less favorable outcomes for open relationships compared to swinging and polyamorous relationships. That makes sense to me. I think part of the issue that comes up with open relationships is that people are agreeing to sex and they're not agreeing to having like romantic connections, and sometimes romantic connections can just form, which is going to cause a lot of stress when you have an anticipation of something not happening and then it happens like that. I think it's pretty easy to end up feeling like betrayed. I think it's even easy for the person who ends up developing romantic relationships to end up feeling like dissatisfied because now that's not what they agreed to, and now they're also stuck in it as well. Trisexuals unite. Asking, yeah. Those who engaged in open non-monogamy fared better in respect to relational functioning compared to those partially open or one-sided non-monogamous partnerships. Yeah, this is probably just going to be like my be-all, end-all since it's analyzing them all. And I can just cite this and just throw it right over to them. Within hierarchical relationships, researchers compared primary and secondary partnerships on indicators of relational well-being. Primary relationships are characterized by more Nurturance, greater acceptance of the relationship from friends and families compared to secondary relationships. Duh. Where secondary relationships were characterized by more eroticism, sexual involvement compared to primary relationships. That's pretty obvious too. If it's a secondary relationship in a hierarchical relationship structure, you probably you're still going to be like, well, I guess I don't know how they pulled that, because like if it's new, then you're going to be more sexually interested. Like that's like you're like honeymooning, but I don't know if they were new ones. No differences were found in relationship satisfaction, trust, and commitment between primary and secondary partner relationships. High levels of need fulfillment and secure attachments were reported across multiple concurrent partnerships. Sexual outcomes with respect to sexual health and well-being. People in CNM relationships engage in equally safe or safer sex practices than those in monogamous relationships, reported lower rates of STIs than the national average, and reported similar or higher levels of sexual satisfaction than those in monogamous relationships. That makes a lot of sense. Polyamorous people tend to be like really, really good about either using protection or wanting like testing done. Studies comparing people in CNM relationships to those who have engaged in non-consensual, non-monogamous relationships found that those in CNM relationships reported greater intimacy with their primary partner and more accepting attitude towards sex, sexuality than those who engage in cheating. Individuals in consensual non-monogamous relationships were found to use condoms more effectively. Oh, yeah, there you go. Than those engaging in infidelity. Though contrary findings were reported in one study, as opposed to the other two. Oh, three of them. Those in consensual non-monogamy relationships also reported higher sexual satisfaction compared to those engaging in infidelity. Sociosexuality, or the willingness to engage in sexual activity outside of a committed relationship, was positively associated with quality of life for those in consensual non-monogamous relationships, but not for those engaging in infidelity. I don't think that would be a surprise to anybody. I don't think I care so much about the attitudes, perceptions, antecedents. This is actually pretty interesting. It could come up. A third group of studies, 30 of them, sought to identify demographic and personality correlates of engaging in consensual non-monogamy and polyamory. Findings on the demographic antecedents of CNM are mixed. Okay, that makes sense. Some studies found no association between engagement in consensual non-monogamy and demographic factors such as age, gender, race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, sexual orientation, religious and political affiliation, and geographical location. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of them did. While other studies found that people who are white, younger, sexual minorities, men, non-binary, transgender, and those who have more liberal political, religious views are more likely to engage in consensual non-monogamy and polyamory than their counterparts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I would say that in my experience, polyamorous people tend to skew white. They really tend to skew younger. I don't know what younger means here, so maybe. Like I've never like hooked up with anybody like over like, I think, I'm not sure exactly everybody's age, but like I'm pretty certain that I've never met anybody who was polyamorous, like at least for me to be like going on a date with them or something like that. There was over 45. There might have been like a 40-year-old, maybe. I don't remember how old she was. But yeah, I would agree with that in my experience. Sexual minorities. I'm not sure what that means. Non-binary, transgender. That tracks. I see a lot of trans people on dating apps that say non-binary. Or they say non-binary, they say polyamorous or ethical non-monogamous. They usually say ENM. And generally, yeah. Well, typically going to be liberal, but there was a like a super Trumper couple that was pretty obviously wanting to like swing with my wife and I. We met at a concert and we were like, no. They just started shouting like Trump shit during the concert, unprovoked. After we were vibing with them pretty good, and I was like, I don't want to do this. This that weirded me out. To be fair, it'd be just as weird if somebody started shouting shit like that was for the left too. Like you shouldn't shout like passionately shout your political beliefs at a concert. It's really weird. I guess you can, but I think it's pretty understandable for people to find it off-putting. Regarding personal correlates, people who have had more active imaginations, a preference for variety, change, and proclivity to engage in new experiences, a greater desire, individuals in monogamous relationships who had stronger perceptions of available romantic alternatives were more attracted to C&M than people that had perceived fewer alternatives. Sure. It's probably going to be a more desirable thing if you think you could accomplish it. For young adult women, the indirect positive association with perceiving young adulthood as a time of experimentation, possibilities, willingness to engage in C&M was mediated by sexual identity exploration. All this seems pretty intuitive, except for maybe the demographics of like white younger sexual minorities. Well, I don't know, sexual minorities. This part seems to be like the least intuitive, but everything else seems to like correlate pretty intuitively. Nearly a third of participants in one study indicate they have being some type of sexually open relationship was their favorite sexual fantasy, and 80% of those who cited this as their favorite fantasy said they wanted to act on the fantasy in the future. Greatest perceived obstacles in acting on C&M fantasies were disapproval from one's partner's unwillingness, not knowing how to execute the fantasy, being afraid, and social disapproval. I'm pretty sure they just mean like not knowing how to bring it up when they say disapproval from the partner or their unwillingness. A related barrier may be religiosity. Religiosity appears to have no association with C&M desire, but may have a negative association with the C&M engagement. Okay. Yeah, this looks good. I think this is, I think this should be all I need. I'm going to throw this over to Connor tonight. I don't care about politics at all. Because I think it's fair. I mean, that seems fair, right? For me to, like, it certainly gives me a greater advantage if I don't do that. And then I just send it to a mid-debate, but I don't need an advantage to win this debate. I firmly believe that. I think that it's like an easy one to win. I know so much about the subject, and I'm extremely confident about it. And especially since Counterpoints was like literally pulling, like he's literally posting people talking about studies, not even providing them in Reddit to back himself up. I'm feeling pretty confident about it. And this is like a really, really good overview. I've never seen this before. I'm pretty hyped about having this. In addition to the debate tomorrow, there's gonna be Chris Speaks and I are gonna do our relationship advice show. There's some people that said they wanted to call in. We'll see if that hangs still like is the case when it happens, but even if not, we have backup plans and stuff and ways that we can still like just give the advice. So I'm not super worried about that. I think that should go good though. I've had nothing but positive reception to the idea. Trying to think. I think in the near future, I'm gonna call Mr. Girl out for a rematch of Mortal Kombat. I'm doing pretty good. Within the last 2 weeks, I had like an 11 win streak online. I hope he comes in for a conversation and not to steamroll. I hope he comes in for a debate. Cause if he has the same kind of energy that he had on Twitter, he's gonna piss me off. I'm pretty protective over polyamory. When people get when people like already have their mind made up and they say really negative things about it, it really makes me mad. Not so much for like my own lifestyle, which I'm also protective of, but not nearly as much as I think about how people who genuinely want to have that and get like who out of fear of like social ramifications don't, because people say stuff like that and it makes them afraid of like dealing with people shit like that. That always makes me really upset. It's the same reason, it's the same kind of feeling that I got when Mr. Girl was saying really dumb shit about ADHD. Like my basis and understanding of why I should be mad is heavily informed by the fact that I have ADHD, but my anger is due to the people that in his audience that might otherwise have sought treatment for it. They got put off of seeking treatment for it, or the people that were already receiving treatment for ADHD and then decided to stop because of his rhetoric about it. And even more so, if he still was on that, even more so now, after kind of demonstrating like power imbalances, like power dynamics and stuff, and about what stream, how much influence a streamer has over their audience. If he ever started that back up again, I would definitely use the same arguments he used against Destiny about how he has influence over his community against him for that. But since I came in and argued with him for like an hour about it, he has chilled out a lot on the ADHD thing. That's one of the few times where I think that I gave him like really strong criticism and he took it well. Even though not in the conversation. I think in the conversation he was just fighty. But afterwards it did seem like I noticed a change. Pretty quickly. I was really impressed. Yeah, I think that's it now. I expect to have to hunt a bit more, but that document had everything in it, so I don't need to look for that anymore. I guess I'm just gonna chill out for an hour or so before I go to bed. Thank you guys for being here. Thanks for liking the stream. Thanks for interacting with the poll. I might start streaming a little bit sooner before the debate. I'm not sure. We'll see. Depends on what's up with my wife, if I have to pick her up or whatever. The weather's been super bad over here. Like I think just today. The roads are terrible. Well, he's compassionate. Yeah, which was so shocking to me that it feels like maybe he was just like too in his own head and didn't like, I don't know, couldn't feel the bad effects that he would have by doing that. I have no idea. That was such a shocker to me, the whole like anti-ADHD arc. But yeah. I think tomorrow will be interesting. And I like low-key kind of hope that Connor does make me mad, because I think I'll be able to argue better if I'm mad. Thank you, Kedogwork. You have a good night. Good night to all you guys. Yeah.